believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Welcome, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party and Sustainable Saturday. I am David Sponheim, and we are misspelling our title. Wow. I was in a hurry last night. My computer had a failure, and you'll have to excuse the abruptness of my correction there. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's America's Third Party. Sustainable Saturday is about dealing with problems and getting through them. And boy, we got a lot. We got a president that doesn't even understand what a solid direction we need to go in. We need to move toward peace. We need an intermediate nuclear force treaty re-signed with Russia. Trump won't even mention it. Putin wants to brag about all the weapons that he has, and now a missile that can go 27 times the speed of sound. And he has another couple weapons lined up to threaten the world with. Yet Trump isn't trying to at least approach Russia with an offer of building an INF treaty, which is something Ronald Reagan did with Gorbachev. Remember Ronald Reagan, the guy who said, "Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall." I think the font is good. I'm glad you chose it. Yeah, the font is working for me over at iBlog. I haven't opened up cameras. Let me get cameras going. ProCams over there at iBlog. It's part of our show. We want to give people an opportunity to communicate. Yeah, I had a little problem with the iBlog show. Hang on. There we go. There we go. Okay. ProCam's going on. You guys can come in and chat. Go live on your audio if you want. And I'll bring you in and out during the show. I don't know, Howie. I'm not really here to track how women are. If you could stop talking about women tonight, that would be great. Simply because you fixate on women all the time. And we really are sidetracked with that, frankly, Howie. Okay, we got a lot of things in the news today. Elizabeth Warren is Okay. Elizabeth Warren, at the top of the news today, is getting people to walk out when she launched her speech to run for president. A woman like her, who obviously has a serious problem with her DNA test. It does not match her statement that she wrote on an official paper, applying for affirmative action money and affirmative action status. Her position as a Cherokee Indian got her a free education at Harvard and a minority status professorship. And we find out that recently she actually applied for the bar in Texas as an American Indian. And people are walking out of her speech because they don't believe that if she doesn't address this issue, they don't believe that she's going to be able to be president of the United States. And when you perjure yourself to try to get funding, it's a sign of a bad character. And frankly, we need to judge her on the content of her character, not the color of her skin. Unfortunately, affirmative action judges people in the color of their skin. If you're white, you don't get any money and you don't get to go to major colleges unless you've got powerful relatives. So like me and many other people who were top of their class, I was turned down by Harvard, Princeton, Yale, and Stanford. I spent the money to apply and they turned me down. And then I looked for money to go to colleges. I didn't get enough because I was white. She cheated and got all the money she wanted. So people are more than willing to step out of her little speeches. They walk out of her launch speech. Next up on the agenda, recent tax returns are getting people really upset. They don't understand why their check is smaller than it was last year. Well, Donald Trump front-loaded these checks so that people would get money last year, and then later, and we even said this, your checks would decline and you get less and less money because he gave a tax break to the rich of $1.7 trillion. And recently, the Democrats added another $3.8 trillion. So the tax breaks for the rich under Trump is $5.5 trillion. That means you're going to pay for it. You, the American people, the middle class people that voted for Trump, are going to pay for it. You didn't listen to reason, and now you're wondering what the hell's going on with your check. Sorry. And then other problems are evolving. Remember Matt Whitaker, the attorney general we have that's interim, looks like a football player with a bald head? Well, he's been making some pretty brash statements. He told the chairman of a committee that his time was up yesterday, refused to answer any questions. And guess what? Matt Whitaker headed straight to Trump Hotel after the hearing. And people are talking that he's working directly for Trump. I guess he's got the loyalty Trump wanted that he didn't get from Jeff Sessions. Yeah, and your tax returns last year were the same as under Obama. There you go. Trump didn't offer any real tax breaks to the middle class. He just said he did. Trump is a liar. He's been lying incessantly since he started. He's had over 5,000 lies in the past 2 years. The best Matt Whitaker video is where Sheila Jackson lays into him. Yeah, let's take a look at that.
Mr. Chairman, may I have my time restored? I think it was at 4 minutes. Thank you. Again, Mr. Attorney General, the question is, did you have a confirmation hearing, and has it been more than 10 years since you testified before Congress?
Congresswoman,
Can the clock be restored?
It was. I'm sorry, what was your, I don't know if your time's been restored or not.
Mr. Attorney General, we're not joking here, and your humor is not acceptable. Now, you are here because we have a constitutional duty to ask questions, and the Congress has the right to establish government rules. The rules are that you are here. So I need to ask the question, and I need to have my time restored so that you can behave appropriately. I will behave appropriately as a member of the Judiciary Committee. I'm asked a question. Did you have a confirmation hearing, and have you not yet appeared for an oversight hearing?
Wow. Yeah, he's just not taking anything seriously. He's reporting back to Trump Tower like a puppet for Trump. Trump just got a guy to engage in obstruction of justice while we sit around waiting to find a replacement for Jeff Sessions. What's really disturbing is that William Barr is the guy he put out there as his replacement. And I'm telling you, this guy is, I think, a Russian agent. He wrote a 20-page article to Rod Rosenstein asking him not to investigate Michael Flynn before we knew that Michael Flynn was working for Russia. That's a very suspicious thing to do. And let's not forget that William Barr oversaw the Time Warner payout to executives in the millions while laying off thousands of people. This is the guy that Trump wants to make our attorney general after he's got this other guy, Matthew Whitaker, acting like a total stool pigeon for him. I don't know, man. This guy seems like he's working for Russia. To tell Rod Rosenstein not to investigate Michael Flynn, who was working for Russia. Michael Flynn had access to our top secrets for 24 days. And I still am not sure that those secrets weren't divulged to Russia. I still don't trust the Pentagon's assessment of what had happened. I don't know if they looked hard enough and close enough at everything Michael Flynn did for 24 days. I would scrutinize every single email and action that Michael Flynn did just to make sure that he didn't reveal top secrets to the Russians. David, how much do you think Mark gets for each show to censor us? Well, the top dollar number he got at one point, according to 2 confirmed emails from people, is $500,000 a show to stop people from coming in here. That's the top amount that I've heard. I don't know what kind of a deal he's got with the people that are feloniously censoring us. Mark, in my opinion, is violating laws, but I continue to roll along. I need a free server. I need a free server to do this. Because we don't get a lot of donations, I have to use free servers everywhere I can because I can't pay for the throughput of people looking at a show like this. And that's part of our plan. We had to absorb the reality that we're going to be censored, but I'm not happy with it. I'm convinced that they're violating laws. No question about it. Yeah. Okay, I don't have any words for this. Vax versus anti-vax. This is the horrible dystopian future that we're headed toward, according to this article. Yeah. Vaccine checkpoint up ahead. You know, in Maryland, they actually did this. The police threatened to arrest parents that didn't vaccinate their kids. Now, recently there was an outbreak of mumps in America. Arkansas was hit with a mumps outbreak, and it has nothing to do with the mumps spreading.
Chemtrails. And chemtrails, by the way, barium salts are in chemtrails. They are 10,000.
Excuse me. We've got a situation where mumps now in Fayetteville, because everybody got a mumps vaccine. The mumps vaccine spread the mumps. I guess that's just a picture. But yeah, Fayetteville, Arkansas, they spread the mumps with the vaccine. So putting vaccines out there is not going to necessarily solve anything. It's an ancient science. It's not peer-reviewed tested. Recently, we had an analysis done by the Vax guy, the guy that did the movie Vaxxed, and he showed how the CDC did not even test interactions between various vaccines in these mega doses that they give kids, 73 doses at a time. The science is not there. There's no peer-reviewed studies. The work that they did is subpar, and then they had these groups of vaccines that had never been tested together. Well, guess who's getting tested? Your children. That's why people are coming down with autism. We cannot combat the situation that's going on here other than to use the free server that we are getting to get our show out and direct people to other shows on our major network. AmericasThirdParty.com, we tell people where we're broadcasting. So we have other shows rolling out that you can go to. But the most important thing is the people that are watching our show get to see our show on UHF. That's a big, huge plus. Many of them, most of them cannot get into a chat room to talk because of the censorship. But the fact that they get to see our show is a single most important fact that we have to look at. Now, Dr. Deagle has come out with concerns about what we're breathing in the air. And I'm getting more and more concerned that the chemtrail activity that's going on in the skies above us is not sustainable, and that we are going to be faced with a major problem in the future. In fact, we're probably being facing that problem right now. The magnetosphere, the net of magnetism over the Earth, is altering. It's changing. And we are not it's not explainable. The polar vortex that we're all in right now, and if you're in the Northeast, you're still getting hit with really low temperatures and snow. You may even have snow in Virginia next week. But we normally don't get snow here hardly at all where I am. I just got 8 inches of snow in Washington. And the past week and next week will be sub-zero temperatures. 20 degrees is sub-zero for us because we're on the Fahrenheit scale. But we're going to be getting 20-degree weather for the next 7 to 10 days every night. And this has been going on for 7 to 10 days. So we're looking at like a 20-day period of sub-zero weather. So that's a serious problem. Now, I'm not saying that vaccines themselves are all to blame, because clearly people like FDR could have been saved of polio if he had a vaccine. Polio and smallpox were the big winners. Vaccines, though, on flu viruses, there's no tested proof that they actually work. And we know that vaccines are contaminated with Roundup because they use a gelatin in the vaccine, which is coming from the hoofs of animals. And most hoofs of animals now walk around in Roundup. So I think you understand we're not on top of this. There's no science behind vaccinations. And Dr. Deagle is here to talk about the dangers of chemtrails. Let's listen to this guy.
Chemtrails. And chemtrails, by the way, barium salts are in chemtrails. They are 10,000 times more toxic to your nervous system than lead. They contain mycobacteria, viruses, Pseudomonas florensis, bacteria, human plasma. Wonder what human plasma is doing in chemtrails. And this is not by conjecture. I did a lot of research before I'd ever say this, but these chemtrails are nasty. And there's 3 reasons for chemtrails. The first is and I talked to my NSA buddies at Fort Carson, Peterson Air Force Base, and Buckley, where I was actually their doctor taking care of the pilots flying and spraying the chemtrails. So I know it's real. If anybody says it's not real, they're full of it. Okay, because I'm a whistleblower. On the inside, it's not open for discussion. And my NSA buddies told me, 95% of them told me, they were up there trying to spray to reflect the sun out to stop global warming. So most of them are dumb enough to believe that garbage.
Yeah. So true. Thanks, Dr. Deagle. Yeah. That's serious. Most people are dumb enough to believe that garbage. That's what they feed the government. They tell people that's what's happening. But the chemtrails are flying over our heads all the time, and you probably see them in the air. They're like this. Yeah, this is a typical day, but this is time-lapse photography showing what's going on. Lines of chemicals being dumped in the skies above us. And what that is, these are heavy metals, and this entire plan is not sustainable. It's definitely possibly containing chemicals that are actuated, attenuated viruses. They might even have vaccines, aerial sprayed vaccines in these things that can trigger bizarre behavior, or shall I say non-bizarre behavior. The Pentagon revealed a study on the VMAT2 gene inside of our brain. This is what our government's been doing for the past 30 years, investigating rats to see what kind of behavior makes rats more violent or extreme. Well, they've identified a VMAT2 gene in our brain. Now, what the VMAT2 gene is something that causes awareness, critical thinking, gets your adrenaline going when you're concerned about an issue, and they call it the extremist gene. Well, they've created a virus that they can spray in the air above us, a vaccine that they can spray in the air above us, an attenuated vaccine that can terminate the VMAT2 gene's operational ability in our brain, invariably making us unable to do critical thinking and unable to actually react. Makes us kind of like a zombie. Now, don't be surprised if this isn't going on right now. That's why you feel kind of lethargic. But they've got other things in the air besides that. Yeah, isn't that scary? Yeah, they've got other things that besides that, like lithium, which makes people who are manic depressive feel like that they have no emotions whatsoever. They're dropping lithium, which is a class D danger to the population for birth defects. Yeah. But the Pentagon has done a study on the VMAT2 gene, and it's pretty serious. When they've got the ability to do this and manipulate our air that we're breathing. That's not the only thing they've got, too. They've got fluoride in our water system, which can lower our ability to think. There were some studies done at Harvard Medical Review that showed that fluoride can lower your IQ by as much as 20 points. And this old fluoride video I used to play was from a Harvard study as well. Or actually, no, this is a group of union members at the Food and Drug Administration. And one doctor spoke up about fluoride 20 years ago and nobody cared. Oh, the EPA, sorry.
Dr. Hertzie.
Good morning, Chairman Smith and Chairman Crapo and fellow staff workers. Thank you for the opportunity to appear today to present the views of the union on the issue of fluoridation of public water supplies. Our union represents the staff, scientists, lawyers, and others who analyze hazard, exposure, and economic data and advise management how to use them in public health protection. I'm not here today to speak for EPA, but rather the union, founded 17 years ago to protect EPA workers from unethical pressure by EPA managers. It was on that basis in 1985 that we first got involved in this issue. In 1997, we voted to oppose fluoridation, and our opposition has grown stronger as more
So what they're doing essentially is dumping chemicals on our head, sticking it in our arms with vaccinations, and forcing the American people to take God knows what through aerial spraying. I'm a little concerned that this has been happening against our will without any peer-reviewed studies, and it's raised some concern among a lot of people that this activity is being conducted without our approval. Now, there was a study done on the VMAT2 gene, a leaked Pentagon video. I'll bring you the link right here, if I can. Here it is.
Excuse me, on the left over here, we have individuals who are religious fundamentalists, religious fanatics, and this is the expression, RT-PCR, real-time PCR expression of the VMAT2 gene. Over here, we have individuals, so let me complete. So over here, we have individuals who are not particularly fundamentalist, not particularly religious, and you can see there's a much reduced expression of this particular gene, the VMAT2 gene. Another evidence that supports our hypothesis for the development of this approach. What you see
here is by spreading this virus, we're going to eliminate individuals from donning on a bomb vest and going into a market and blowing up the market.
So our hypothesis is that these are fanatical people, that they have overexpression of the VMAT2 gene, and that by vaccinating them against this, we'll eliminate this behavior. So we have some very, very remarkable data in this next slide. Here we have two brain scans. These are fMRIs. These are two different individuals with different levels of expression of VMAT2. On top is an individual who's a religious fanatic, an individual, and we've repeated this numerous times, that has high levels of VMAT2. Now, this individual down here who had low levels of the VMAT2 gene, this individual would self-describe as not particularly religious. In each case, these individuals were read a religious text. This individual lit up the right middle frontal gyrus, shown here, and that's a part of the brain that's associated with theory of mind. It's a part of the brain that has to do with intents and beliefs and desires.
Okay. So they've essentially they've studied the brains of rats and humans, and they've essentially got a way now of eliminating beliefs and desires by vaccinating us against the VMAT2 gene. Remember a few years ago they did aerial nose sprays for vaccines? And then they pulled it off the market within three months. And people were getting benefits from these vaccines through the nose. And it was very effective. But the government found that it was so effective they didn't want to deliver it in a nose spray. They wanted to deliver it in other ways, entering the chemtrails. So what's to say that they aren't delivering this vaccine that controls the VMAT2 gene in our brains, making us no longer have any beliefs or desires, nullifying our ability to actually formulate a thought or a political movement? You see now what we're up against? Oh, this is a comprehensive plan to dump huge amounts of chemicals on the population and make us veritably inert and dumbed down. And right now, as I talk to you, many of you have been drinking tap water in your sodas. Beer has tap water, all of it does. And I can tell you that there is a classic example of, this is a classic example of how they're able to control the message, our perception of the message, our ability to formulate a plan to stop the message, and eventually turn everybody into a walking, talking zombie. I'm sorry to say, but that's what's happening. And they use these methods. But there's more. There's also GMO food. Oh yeah, it gets worse. Add to this the toxicity of our environment, and you've got the perfect combo to keep our entire nation under their control and never able to stop the powerful concerns, the moneyed interests that control what's happening, including the spraying above us. So that's where we are right now. Many of you are filtering your water, which is great. You have a better ability to think when you don't drink tap water. You've got less chance of potential problems. If you're on sugar water, like even juice cocktails, that's dangerous to your pancreas. Sugar water, they're saying, is very, very bad for our health. You see, they don't want us to live anymore. They want most of the population to be gone. The reason why they want most of the population to be gone is we pose a risk to them that we're going to take and seize their power from them. They don't want us around. And they also know they can replace us as workers with automated systems, robots. It's completely, we're right at the apex of this new cybernetic generation, and that right now they're trying to get rid of the human population. They've even talked about 90% reductions. They have the Georgia Guidestones, which is in Georgia. It talks about their plan, their New World Order plan, to essentially get rid of 90% of the population, leaving the human population on Earth at 500 million. Well, we're at 7.5 billion right now. We got a far way to get to 500 million, so they're planning a lot of genocide. That's what they're planning, and if you don't believe that, and you want to walk away from this show saying, oh yeah, whatever, he's just a lunatic, feel free. But in the long run, you will be amazed at what's coming. You've already seen it with the polar vortex affecting everybody across the country with temperatures unheard of in America. Poland Springs Water has a proprietary agreement with the place they draw the water out of in Maine. And it's a pretty weird agreement they've got. They pay very little for that fresh water that they bottle. But that's good water. It is good water, but they pay very little for it. And the people in the town have basically been bought off. They are making us serfs obsolete, right? It used to be that you had a purpose, that you could work, and, you know, that they needed our money because we have to work and they needed people to work in their system. But now with the advent of modern technology, cybernetics, and the possibility of robotics taking over jobs, they don't need us anymore. So we only have this one shot politically to stop them in America. They've already got control over every other country in the world, except for maybe Syria, maybe Iran, maybe Venezuela, but Russia's working on controlling Venezuela. So they own Russia. They own people like Putin, who likes money. He's apparently very rich. Now, for a communist to have as much money as Putin has, they say he has $200 billion. It makes Donald Trump's $3 billion wealth like nothing, like chump change. They control people with money. Now, most of you are probably the kind of person that somebody would walk up to and say, hey, you know, if I give you $50,000, will you lie? Most of you probably would. $50,000 will make anybody lie. So they can also fake us out with all kinds of false flag events. They've got all kinds of things. In the past 10 years, there have been 50 major terrorist attacks in our country. 50. I mean, we're talking Sandy Hook, the Boston Marathon attack, Charleston church shooting, blah, 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 goes on and on. Yeah, and a lot of you really believe that those events really happened. But not one of those events has a credible photograph of any dead person. That's a little bit of a shocker, don't you think? So you wonder, well, we have no photographs verifying all this terrorist activity. Why would they lie to us? Because they want to take away your guns. I know you're getting shocked right now. Yeah. They want to take away your weapons that defend you. Because when they do that, just like they did with Hitler did the small arms treaty, same kind of small arms treaty that's still on the books with John Kerry signing it, international treaty, was used against the Jews by Hitler. And they got rid of all their weapons so they could just take them and send them to the concentration camps where they summarily gave them typhus or killed them in gas chambers. So all that is really happening. And we're right in the middle of witnessing it with our minimal brain power. And I know as many of you are very bright, and you wouldn't even be in here if you weren't bright, because people who aren't bright usually don't even get a clue as to what's happening. Trump doesn't even have enough money to shine Putin's shoes. Trump owes like $1 billion to Deutsche Bank, has another shared debt with somebody else for $1.3 billion. He owes $2.3 billion. He claims he has an asset of $10 billion. He's lying. You go look at the net worth of Donald Trump. It's right around $3 billion. But Vladimir Putin has hid all of his assets. Nobody knows exactly how much, but the estimates are as high as $200 billion. He's been making money doing whatever these global Zionist oligarchs tell him to do. Putin is just a puppet who happens to be Trump's handler. If you look at it that way, you'll begin to understand the severity of this crime being perpetrated on mankind right now. as we see a major deep state controlling the very dialogue in our country. They control Trump. They control all aspects of our media. We don't have freedom and democracy like we think we have. We're being controlled by another concept that's completely different. Propaganda. Yep. Department of the Deep State. Hey, and by the way, this Kavanaugh nomination was huge for Trump. It was huge. Putting an alleged rapist and drunkard into the state Supreme Court, it has actually been a payback for Kavanaugh, because in 2011 he ruled that foreign governments could fund super PACs. Yeah. And we're exposing that Mitch McConnell has been getting money from Russia to get reelected. Notice how hard Mitch McConnell fought for Brett Kavanaugh to get nominations, to approve the nomination. Mitch McConnell is a stalwart he stands up to anybody that wants to change anything in our government. He's working for Russia. Yeah. Trump is working for Russia too. So all these factors play into the fact that the deep state is working for Russia as well. They're working for the same people that pay Russia. That's why Mueller hasn't made any progress on Trump and attacked a bunch of low-level employees with 39 indictments now, claiming Roger Stone is involved when clearly Roger Stone didn't get the emails. Seth Rich did. Seth Rich is the source of all the emails, but have you even heard Mueller mention his name once? No. And ironically, Seth Rich's family, his parents, have openly said they don't want to find the killer of their son. Now that's a couple people who've been pressured into saying that. They're probably afraid to find out the killer of Seth Rich. Seth Rich was the one that probably got the emails from Hillary and Podesta that opened up a can of worms for the deep state, and they don't know what to do with it. So they decided that anybody who brings up the word Pizzagate will be banned from Reddit and Twitter. Isn't that amazing? We can't even talk about a certain word in a country that claims to have freedom of speech. It's absurd. Now, this recent attempt by the media and the deep state to malign the blackface has backfired in a big way. I believe that these people realize that I did a blackface, which was a self-deprecating act, and most people would never do that, claiming that, oh gosh, that's racist. Actually, it was the only thing I could have done to stop the control that they have over this and censored media that they have. The only thing I could have done to impersonate a bad president who was working for the New World Order, Barack Obama, was to do it in blackface. I couldn't have impersonated him in whiteface. So the Democrats would like to malign my character, so they're getting ready to do that by putting all these other people who did blackface in front of it. It backfired. It turns out the governor of Virginia's standing strong, Northam. He's not going to give up his position. Other people who've done it said, yeah, they have every reason to do it. No reason to stop. It's freedom of speech to do that. And you have to understand we're living in a country that's dedicated to freedom of speech. And the deep state doesn't like that. I don't think the deep state's headed by George Soros, but you definitely have one of his minions. George Soros is a minion of the deep state, just like Vladimir Putin is. They're both connected to Zionist Russian oligarchs. George Soros has roots in the Zionist Russian oligarch group. So blackface is taking the nation by storm in some ways, but it's backfiring. These people are keeping their jobs. They're fighting for free speech. So that when it becomes clear that I've been censored for 10 years, even after I did a blackface video, they won't even mention my name in any national poll or any type of a national media sense. I'll never, ever be talked about. They'll lose their job if they mention my name. I'm using guerrilla marketing tactics to spike the media, and they don't like it. I've already done the blackface video many, many years ago, and it's already spread around the globe that I did it. And they're upset that they can't listen to everybody talking about me. They're upset that the word about a third party is still spreading among people around the world, that they can't control it because this broadcast is rebroadcast over UHF daily. I have way more viewers internationally than anybody, including Trump, at his State of the Union message. He only got 11 million viewers. Fox declared 11 million viewer. Amazing, yeah. That's a joke. That's one of the lowest viewerships any State of the Union has ever had. When Reagan did the State of the Union, he had 23 million people listening to him. So where is America? America's not tuned in. They don't want to listen to this blowhard run around acting like he's doing something. You know, we discovered last week that, or yesterday actually, that Donald Trump is not liked by people in his own cabinet. Yeah, there's some word on the street that Donald Trump is disliked by almost everybody he's working with. Now, Matthew Whitaker, the guy that he's the Attorney General who's secretly meeting with Trump at the Trump Hotel and all kinds of things. He is working directly for Trump like his loyal dog. But Matthew Whitaker has a very sordid past. The acting Attorney General was involved in the firm that scammed veterans out of life savings. This is the guy that Trump put in the position of acting Attorney General. This guy, Matthew Whitaker, was paid advisory board member for WPM, an organization that was pulling people in with fake patent information and claiming they were going to give them patents. Veterans were giving their life savings to this company so that they could make that one product that they thought was really great, you know? The widget that they thought they'd make a lot of money on. This guy was receiving money from this company, and it looks like they were acting illegally to scam on veterans. So we've got an Attorney General that ostensibly scammed veterans. That's not a good sign. Hi, Sarah.
Hi, David.
All right, so we are here talking about the news. We got a couple things that just came in.
Reading it.
There was a creepy siren in Chicago. Nobody knows what this is about. Yeah, we don't know what that's
weird.
about. That is creepy.
That is definitely creepy.
And in lieu of the fact that our country seems to be supporting the alternative to Maduro, the man we should be talking to, we're instead trying to depose of him, which is what we've been doing with other leaders like Gaddafi. But Maduro is digging in. He's already put about $1 billion in trust with Russia. I think he moved it to Dubai. He's digging in. He's not going to relinquish control of his country. And he's even saying, I'm just another soldier. And he's training to fight U.S. troops in Venezuela. He's gearing up for a war. Yeah, so we're kind of, because we are controlled by this New World Order puppet regime under Donald Trump, we're being played just like we were with overtaking Saddam Hussein, killing Muammar Gaddafi. The whole thing is this replayed out of the playbook of the New World Order. That's where we're headed. It's just pathetic. We need to uproot this plan and stop it because it's a failed policy, a foreign policy that's leading us astray. It's not working for America. But they still want to keep taking down leaders and deposing leaders and taking over oil rights and controlling the gold of countries like they did with Libya. They want to do it with Venezuela now. And we're just being the puppet regime that does whatever they say. That's where we're at right now. And frankly, that's not sustainable. My feature is Sustainable Saturday now.
Oh, I like that. Sustainable Saturday.
Yeah.
I can talk about that because there's these things called, I think it's called, let me look up. No. Oh, I know what it's called. Sustainable Development Goals. Have you ever heard of the Sustainable Development Goals? They're global goals under the, I guess, UN or United Nations Development Program. So let me show you these. Let me remove some of these that David's got going on. We could, though, what's cool about the sustainable development goals is we can spend each night on a different sustainable development goal. If you want to call it sustainable. So one is no poverty. The second one is zero hunger. 3 is good health and well-being. 4 is quality education. 5 is gender equality. 6 is clean water and sanitation. You would think that this would be number 1. I think that they probably say they're not, any one isn't above the others, but all right, affordable and clean energy, decent work and economic growth, industry, innovation and infrastructure, reduced inequalities, sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption and production, climate action, life below water, life on land, peace, justice, and strong institutions and partnerships for the different goals. There are 17 goals built on the success of the Millennium Development Goals, but they include new areas like climate change, economic inequality, innovation, sustainable consumption, etc. So these are these are pretty interesting. They say that the goals are interconnected. Often the key to success on one of the goals will involve tackling issues more commonly associated with another goal. This is not the new Green Deal. No, not at all. 229. These came into effect long before the New Deal. They came into effect in 2016, so a while ago. But they're guiding United Nations Development Program, their policy, and the funding for UN Development Program until 2030. Yeah, exactly, Bengalitis. Achieving any of these goals requires partnerships, of course. And I mean, to have zero hunger, you would be addressing poverty, because really the issue with poverty is hunger and housing, I would say. If you address good education, then, or quality education, you can help end poverty as well. You think it sounds like someone wants big money from tax-paying citizens, again, for the same problems you heard for years and years? I think it's about talking about ways to address these problems and these issues. I don't think it's about paying money to address the problems, because money is just one aspect. Speaking of quality education and poverty, or addressing monetary issues with poverty, I heard there's a university, and a few different universities are doing a thing called, I think it's ISA for short, but it's basically income share agreement, ISA. So instead of taking out a loan, you can go into an income share agreement with your with a college, certain colleges that offer it, and they take 10% of your income after you graduate for a certain number of years. So if you don't get a great paying job, then they then you're going to be paying them less because 10% of your income, which they say is better for some people rather than taking out loans, that the amount of loan is due whether or not you end up with a good paying job or not. The income share agreement is 10%. So that's a pretty interesting thing. I think that they're also they do have a one at the top where like you pay 10%, but then there's a top cap as well. They do seem to have changed their, I agree with you, my beautiful cat Fluffy. They might have changed their font on iVlog because it does look more robotic. I don't know. Yeah, it does seem to be a different font for sure. But I did think that was pretty interesting. I came across that ISA income share agreement story earlier today, which kind of goes with that whole idea of decent work and economic growth, because if you can invest in someone getting a good education, then that person is very likely to get a better job. And then they are also likely to have better health care, and it reduces inequalities because it's giving opportunities to people that might not afford it in the future, or might not be able to afford college, but they could afford that. Well, that's an idea. I agree that maybe they shouldn't offer classes in certain things that we no longer value in the workplace, but I think that this idea of a income share agreement is pretty interesting, because then what if all the people stop hiring? Then you have this, you've gone to school to further your education, and then you don't have to, I guess wouldn't have to pay back. I don't know. But the idea is that people will most people that earn a college degree make at least 10% more in income than they're currently making. They're worth more. Yeah, and people should do their research about what jobs are in most demand these days. There are good jobs in demand. That's what I liked about the university that I'm finishing up my master's, or did finish my master's. I'm just waiting for the degree, is that they only offer courses in fields where I think there is a demand. I'm not sure about business degrees. They do offer, so they offer only 4 fields: healthcare, education, IT, and business. Thank you. Don't worry, be happy. I'm proud of myself as well. Yeah, this font does remind me of like the old-fashioned printers. All right. I think thank you. When your dog eats your philosophy homework, you have a dog staring at the ocean. That's so funny. Well, they've gone from women's studies to gender studies, and then they talk about, maybe it is women's studies, but I think it's more gender studies, and including like transgender and like gender equality and things like that, which I do feel like there should be equal pay for equal work. Yeah, tomorrow I can sleep in and so I can stay healthy. Today I should have slept. Well, I did end up sleeping in, but I had like 2 sleeps because I woke up and did a little social media engagement and then I went back to sleep. I did have I had a cold birthday week. It started snowing here Sunday night. It was really quite snowy on Sunday. And then, no, Howie, again, I don't teach high school students. And then it was sunny but very cold on both Tuesday and Wednesday, and Thursday, sunny and cold. And then yesterday it just started snowing like crazy. Like David said, it talks about like 8 inches of snow or something like that out here. No, that doesn't happen at public elementary schools, Howie. Yeah, and then today, they say today was actually, it finally stopped snowing, even though that we were still in for a winter storm warning, but it was like 8 inches of snow on the ground. It's pretty crazy. Yeah, no, David has not been swimming in the spa for a while. So it's good that he's taking a little break from that. Well, most education started in Germany, public education, Günther. That's why it's called kindergarten. I think it is too cold to swim. I definitely agree with that assessment. So one of the things with sustainability that, people say reduce, reuse, recycle. There's a step before that, which I agree with, is refuse, which is you can refuse to buy things based on packaging or refuse to participate in the consumer economy just because, I have to buy the latest and greatest thing. You don't have to buy the latest and greatest thing. You can refuse to do that and refuse to, all this plastic packaging everywhere. It's pretty unreal. The snow outside is beautiful, quite beautiful, but I haven't, yesterday I was walking around in the snow and driving in the snow. But I try to stay inside as much as possible when it's snowing. I remember I did go sledding when I was a little bit, but yeah. Yeah, refuse. Living a minimalist lifestyle and refusing Christmas gifts. Like, please don't buy anything for me unless I can actually utilize it, is a really good idea that can help you economically and help the planet as well. I heard this story on NPR about these convenience stores that they used to sell items in bulk, and people would bring in their reusable glass containers, and they would be like, I can't afford to buy a whole pound of coffee beans. Can I just buy 2 ounces? And they would measure it out in their glass container and they would use that. Well, now with plastic being everywhere, they are starting to package things in smaller containers with plastic packaging. I forget the name of what they call these plastic packaging, but basically this plastic packaging is just littering the ground in these entire islands and communities because people where does it go once you're done with the plastic packaging? I have been thinking about that a lot lately, that I have been buying things that, even the things you buy in bulk, like I go to Costco and shop, but then every item has like 3 different layers of packaging. It's like little plastic packaging inside this mass bulk item. And that's just, it's pretty, not good for the environment. Thank you. Yes, but it is a good idea to refuse. I think also the idea, I know David really likes the idea of tiny houses. I could live in a tiny house with David. Probably. I have thought for a long time that our housing that we're in is almost too big for 2 people. It's almost like I could almost live in half the housing would still be plenty spacious. You can live in a spaceship. I can live in a spacious spaceship. Yeah. Yep, RoboSkills is looking good. I'm glad that oh, you don't recycle, but you do upcycle. You reuse all of your plastic and trash. A lot of trash can be repurposed. Do you consider yourself an artist, Cheese Boy? I know David sometimes finds other purposes for a lot of different things. Like even like a lot of containers come in like Ziploc containers. So instead of buying a thing of Ziploc bags, we just reuse those Ziploc containers that things will come in. So that's one way. And then like instead of buying wax paper, sometimes it's like we'll reuse the packaging from cereal boxes, or there's lots of little things like that we can do. I do like I do recycle when I can, but it's pretty interesting. Like recycling, it used to, most of our recycling used to go to China, and now China is not accepting our recycling because some of it was people would just put things that were gross, that were trash in their recycling, and China's like, I'm not going to go and sort through that. It's just not good. Hello, Jim Bob. How are you? It doesn't surprise me, Jim Bob. Yes, I have heard that. Yep. Yeah, you can put leftovers in the plastic containers. People will give things to the art teacher to try to reuse. She's got all these square margarine tubs. She's like, oh, that's would be good for the school garden, so kids could plant things and take them home. And I'm like, oh, okay, not really wanting. I'd rather refuse it. I'd really rather refuse it. Well, now our local recycler used to take all kinds of different plastics, not everything, but lots of different plastics, and now they're only taking 1 and 2 peat. And they found a local person that said they could use that. Yeah, but I do recycle 1 and 2 plastic bottles, and then glass and tin, and I try to recycle what I can. And yeah, do wash it first. So it is sustainable. I think the most sustainable thing that we can do is, I think thrift stores are very sustainable, but I was going to say the most sustainable thing we can do is, of course, gardening. And with that, with our gardening, not necessarily buy fertilizer, but try to make our own fertilizer. I spend a lot on classroom supplies myself. You hear teachers buy a lot of things for classes. This year I did buy a subscription to a tech website that just makes some of my testing a little bit easier and student study a little bit easier. So that's the one I bought out of pocket. Beyond the usually we have I'm very fortunate that our district gives us an allocation to purchase supplies for our classroom. So in addition to that, our PTA has given us an additional allocation. So I don't have to spend too much out of pocket for my classes. And our district does a good job of supplying curriculum. Oh. Yeah, I try to do that too, Bankolitis. I know, Simon. I know what you are thinking, but thanks, 560. You enjoy when I co-host the show. You learn a lot from me. I appreciate that. Yeah, that's a good idea. Ilora says, I hear they can make hard plastics from recycling now. It would be nice to use all the plastics to make use for construction, housing, and whatnot, especially like when I'm in rain or snow. Plastic roofing would be better than the asphalt shingles of the old days. I like dark chocolate, Mad Dog, with almonds. Yes, with nuts. Hydrofluorocarbons are bad, but sugar's okay. Sugar's not good for your system, but I still do sugar. You learned about refuse and reuse. Well, I reuse simple things like writing on the back side of a piece of paper before I recycle it. Instead of just recycling, yeah. Reducing is kind of like, in a way, reduce is kind of like refusing. Ooh, I want to try that, Simon. Dark chocolate made with jalapeno. That sounds really good. Thanks, I know. I never know with that guy scissor fight. Huh. But I keep trying to do well. Like I didn't have any chocolate probably since my birthday, Wednesday. Yeah, Tuesday was the last night I had a piece of chocolate. And then David's like, oh, I have 2 more pieces of chocolate I found. I'm like, oh. So I'll probably have a piece of chocolate tonight, tomorrow. I just try to limit myself to one little piece a day. David says if you crave chocolate, that maybe you have like a magnesium deficiency or something. Yeah, I think I'm gonna celebrate my. I used to eat See's candies. I used to eat their See's candies as sticks. They're kind of like peppermint sticks, but they're not necessarily peppermint. I don't know, real mans, but that's what David says. I'm just telling what David always tells me. He's like, you should avoid chocolate. You just need to eat magnesium. They were kind of like molasses sticks, but they were just See's candy sticks. They used to sell them for like 10 cents or 3 for 10 cents or something like that. Which in the mall near me, so that's what I used to do that. Or maybe it was 3 for $1. No, maybe it was 3 for 10 cents. They were really cheap. Their chocolates were expensive, but their sticks were cheap. It was like a sugar stick. Oh, you think the wall that Trump wants to make, it would be a good idea to use materials that are recycled to do that? Well, for how much he wants to spend on the wall, it's not the best idea. But if he could do it for a lot less. Yeah. One thing about like reducing trash, that's why I got into composting. I'm really into composting. But yeah, the square chocolate suckers, those were pretty good too. If I really wanted to treat, I would do those, but yeah. One of the reasons I really got into composting was to reduce the amount of trash that is generated. There's so much food that's thrown away all the time. At our house, obviously, we don't throw away food. It's very rare for us to throw away any food. But schools, there's so much food waste that happens at schools. Kindergartners, their parents are like, oh, I'll pack a huge lunch, because they're always taking, like, when their kids are babies, they're always taking different snacks with them. Do you want this, sweetie? Do you want this, sweetie? And so they have like their lunches are full of food, and the kids don't know any better because they always have had their parents do things for them. So they'll like take and eat like one thing out of their lunch box that their parents packed for them, and then they'll throw everything else away. I mean, the parents would probably be shocked that the kids are throwing so much away that they packed for them. It's unreal. Yes, I do. Simon says, Sarah, do you realize you could put humans with the best tech at his disposal 1 mile or less apart for what Trump wants to spend on a wall? Yeah, I really think that what Trump wants to spend on a wall is he's really trying to pad the pockets of himself probably and his closest friends. I think I'm not opposed to the idea of a wall, but I'm opposed to inefficient spending. It's almost like I feel like they could make a wall out of money for the amount of money that he wants to do. I will agree. I will say what Dave, I've not done any calculations. Pretty good distance, 1 mile. On the cost of a wall. I think they were sugar 6. Pure sugar, 11 grams of sugar. All right. $10 billion for what David wants. Wow. How about I'll go with what DT Laura said. Big piles of recycling out there instead. What do you propose, Simon? Oh, if you want to reduce immigration, use E-Verify at zero cost. E-Verify. But you say there's no cost for E-Verify? Oh, that is a good idea. It's a Department of Homeland Security website that allows businesses to determine the eligibility of their employees. To work in the U.S. Electronically matching information provided by the employees on the Form I-9. And they match it to Social Security Administration and Department of Homeland Security. Wow, it's kind of scary that all that information is out there to be matched, but yeah. That is a good idea. Require all businesses to use E-Verify. And hiring, if they hired someone illegally, they'd have to be enforced, but you're right. It's worked, it's almost 99% effective. We've used it voluntarily. So make it a law that people have to use E-Verify, that all businesses have to use E-Verify. Would it put more people at risk with their Social Security information? Not necessarily, because that information is already available. I think more of a social reason. Howie, not necessarily a scientific reason. Or is it what came first, the chicken or the egg? Is it one of those? So it's a voluntary program. Employers with federal contracts or some subcontracts that contain the Federal Acquisition Regulation E-Verify clause are required to enroll in E-Verify as a condition for federal contracting. Employers may also be required to participate in it if their states have legislation mandating the use of E-Verify, such as a condition of business licensing. And some employers might have to do it as a result of a legal ruling. It's available in all 50 states. It's currently the best means available to electronically confirm employment eligibility. And Form I-9 will help you verify your employee's identity and employment authorization. I'm sure people would still try to hire people illegally, but then that would, like you said, would be an enforcement issue. Yeah, that's actually a good idea.
I made a couple of chicken breasts for us, and I thought I set your side chicken sauce next to the grill.
Oh, good. Thank you.
You can just add it to the chicken and then heat it up.
Yeah.
And then whatever you don't want, or I'll have some with you. And there's rice there.
I'll just put it in and heat it up in the.
That'll be fine. Yeah. And I made up Brussels sprouts for you too.
Okay. Thanks. All right.
I'll be right in just a bit.
It does look good. The rusty chicken thighs. That looks good. That looks tasty. Well, I'm definitely one for logic. I'm going to leave this E-Verify open and let David look at it. But because if people weren't getting jobs in the U.S., the U.S. wouldn't be a place that they would want to be coming to live. I mean, it's kind of that simple. You work daily? I work, yes, not 7 days a week, but 5 days a week. Are you saying you work out? Well, I think they both, David and the president, want a physical barrier. Something that you can take a picture of or something, I don't know. But, and David would say E-Verify can be part of the solution.
I set it on simmer for you, so you can just take the heat up if you want and add the peanut sauce.
Okay, thank you.
And have whatever you want. There's a couple nice breasts of chicken there.
Good.
For you. Thank you. We got this hormone-free chicken, Foster Farms. It looked pretty good. You know, I looked for that now. I try to avoid hormones. Thank you, Sarah.
I appreciate that.
You're welcome, yeah. All right, so we're back. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the show. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I combed my hair the other way, so I know some of you were upset at the earlier side comb. I went with the other. I went this direction now. Okay. Right. This font in iBlog sucks. I know. You don't like this font? It looks very Germanic. I noticed that. It looks like some sort of a Germanic ancient script of some sort. BC Star and then Gateway Pundit has something. All right, here's a couple stories that came in. Hi, everyone. I'm David Sponheim. I think, well, you're still watching the show. You know who I am. You probably, you know, when we met people a few years ago, like Mr. Bumpus in Cleveland, it was hard to talk to him in person because he said, David, I know all about you. And every time I came up with a story, he said, oh yeah, I heard that one. He was the guy in the Christmas Story, the first movie that recently was made about Christmases that is kind of a big hit. He's the guy they meet, Mr. Bumpus. And we met him at 12 o'clock at night in a Denny's in Cleveland. And it was the best experience. We had a 4-hour conversation with him, and we were surrounded by black people who had just come back from partying. And, you know, Mr. Bumpus is a white guy, and we were white guys. He was talking about, you know, Jesse Jackson being a racist. He said that really loud. And I was like, nobody even paid attention to us. It's like two white people talking, you know? It's just amazing how, and he was immersed in the early years of Cleveland rock and roll as a roadie. But we got a chance to meet him, and he said, yeah, Dave, I've heard all these stories. So we tried to fill up the time, 4-hour conversation about something other than, you know, the same stories I talk about on the show. That's the problem with doing a show is you tell everybody your personal stories. There's nothing left when you meet people. Oh, yeah, Dave, we know that. Yeah. Yeah, we heard that a couple times. Awful. Purple Heart triple amputee Brian Colfage undergoes invasive TSA groping at the Tucson airport. Whoa. Really? Brian Colfage. Unbelievable. Look at how he's being groped. He searched his hips, buttocks, groin, and his forearm, under his arm, searching for what exactly? Yeah. Agents also swabbed his prosthetic legs and wheelchair for explosives. Wow. That's heavy duty, man. Here he's missing his arm from the war and 2 legs, and he's being treated like some sort of a terrorist. Boy, we really don't need these TSA people, do we? My goodness. Jesse Jackson camped by Spawn Point in Halo. He pleads duty. Yeah, I'm not a big Jesse Jackson. I don't dislike him, but I'm not a fan of him either. I mean, yeah, that's just crazy the way they treat this triple amputee veteran. Okay, I've got to go do something real quick here. Let me make a copy of this. Wait a second. Yeah, I'm going to make a copy of my presence and paste it right on. That way I have 2 people in the show. Because sometimes I get lonely, you know? And it's good to know somebody I like to talk to, and, you know, being I have a conversation with myself most of the time, I want to be on the same page with myself. I really do. So this way I can get along with the same person in the room, so it doesn't feel so lonely in the show. Hey, how you doing? You look awesome. Yeah, I know. Thank you. Did I meet myself at the Self-Admiring Society? Yeah. Yeah, I'm talking to myself.
Okay, that's what I thought.
You look great. Yeah, wow. You look exactly like I saw you when you looked last time we met. Would it be a trip if you met an artificial robot of yourself? That would be kind of scary, I think. It is an artificial robot, as opposed to a natural robot. Yeah, someday the government will claim that we all have to be chipped, and then our brain has to be opened up and operated on in order for us to become transhuman. I don't know what it is, Howie. You know, talking about ego with you is like talking to a mirror and saying, "Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the most egotistic of them all?" Who is this now? A Paul is Dead documentary. Wow. I love those. People make fun of how I talk about Paul is dead. You know, the real Paul died November of 1966. Cool. This is a good thing, man. This is exactly up my my alley. I love these Paul is Dead videos. I don't believe that Paul that we have today is the exact match, and I have total validation from a forensic scientist group in Italy that did a study on his face, and they found that Paul is 66% match for Paul. How can I stand here and support E-Verify? I don't even know really what it is. Yeah, I'm not going to stand and endorse something I don't really trust. You cannot possibly claim not to have a huge ego. You're running for president. Did I say I didn't have a huge ego? Wow, that was hurtful. Now I'm trapped into admitting I have a huge ego. Boy, you're really good at that, Samizdat, or Simonovich, whatever your name is. Well, I'm just trying to do the best I can in lieu of the fact that I'm becoming a clearance house for links. The show has been very good because of this. And thanks to Scissor Fight and others, these links have been getting better and better. I've got one right here. Teen intentionally ran over a woman at Thousand Oaks High School, authorities say. This is another VC Star news story. Let's take a look at this. This came from a anonymous guest 290 at iBlog. Thousand Oaks, Moore Park Road, Thousand Oaks High School. A 16-year-old allegedly ran over a woman twice at the Thousand Oaks High School. Running over her twice. The male teenager had been attending a basketball game. He must have been pretty gung-ho to run over her. The teen was caught stealing from a snack stand, authorities say. He didn't want to be caught stealing, so he fled to his vehicle and the victim got in front, authorities say, so he ran over her twice. The teen intentionally ran over the woman twice, deputies say. Should this person be tried as an adult? That's the question. He was arrested and booked into a juvenile hall. I don't know. I mean, 16-year-old running over a woman twice to evade a snack bar theft? That seems like a pretty adult crime to me. No, I don't like you in the show. It's not that you make me nervous. I just don't like you as a person. I consider you a mean and awful person. Who in their right mind would take on a name Sniper One? I mean, hasn't anybody told you, dude, you're wacko? Yeah, I mean, who would take on that name? Just answer that question. Who would pick that as their username? Sure, we're really on good terms, yeah. Obi-Wan Kenobi says, Dave, I looked at 15 vaginas at work today. Well, I assume you're in the OBGYN business, Obi-Wan? Well, that's what you do. That's just the kind of hairpin you are. I don't know, Howie, a guy who calls himself Sniper makes a guy sound kind of wacko. You know, your name isn't as wacko, but whatever. What did you do, Howie? If you say Howie did it, what did you do? You want to come clean and tell people that you snorted heroin? We had him in the pre-show admitting that he felt that heroin isn't very a good drug because he knows the difference between heroin and weed. Don't do heroin, man. Yeah, it's just a big mistake. Don't even ever snort powder of any kind. Big mistake. I know. You're laughing at laughing at something else. Well, you've got the links, don't you, 290? Yeah, you're really Mr. Link Man. You ought to get a real username and join the show. Well, let's be clear. Michelle is a transgender, and Michael has been working... Okay. This is pretty funny. You know how social networking has become almost anonymous, yet totally in your face? I mean, you could be socially networking with somebody and lose your wife or girlfriend to another person online. You got to be kidding me. Let's do this. Page 6. Dina Lohan has a boyfriend of 5 years who she's never met. Wow. And then you go to the link. Okay, I'm afraid to go to the link because it's probably some porn. Oh no, Dina Lohan. Yeah, that's just her picture. You know, I don't know much about Dina, but it's very possible for a woman to get involved with a guy for 5 years online and still have a meaningful sexual relationship. I just don't know how they pull it off. I guess we'd have to ask Jeff Bezos and his girlfriend. They haven't really talked to each other in person, though. You know, Jeff hasn't met her in like 29 days. She looks happy-ish. But no, seriously, you can lose your girlfriend or your wife to some weird pervert online going, "Hey, baby, I can really turn you on." "Oh, yeah, I know, I can press your buttons." and believe it or not, she's so desperate for real love, she actually meets the guy online every night and does the nasty. I don't know. Well, we'll find out exactly whether Jeff Bezos is going to sue National Enquirer. They're into some nasty stuff, National Enquirer. Taking pictures from somebody's private library, cloud stealing, and grabbing Jeff Bezos' penis picture. Okay, Jeff, you have a penis. No biggie. Well, that's a double entendre. You have a penis. No biggie. Yeah, anyway, he's the last guy you want to actually think that, you know, knows what he's doing with security, because after all, he is in charge of our national security servers for the NSA. Yeah, he can't even keep track of his own penis. I know, that sounds pretty hard to imagine. I keep using these words, hard to imagine. Forget the whole penis discussion, okay? Let's just get real. Okay. Let's try it at a slower speed. Or faster. All right. Thank you. I just needed to get my fix of that once a night. It's one of those things I have to do before I go to sleep at night. My chat has not been hijacked. No, I'm reading everything. Would you like to be Ghost? Do you want to be a moderator or something? Is that what you're inching for? Which person do you think should be kicked out of here? Obi-Wan Kenobi or what? It's treacherous, I know, Busy. The guy seems evil to me. I'm full of shot. What do you mean shot? Sniper can't even spell the word shit. Dude, seriously, stop drinking on Saturday night. You'll be better off. All right. Some of the women I see don't always smell the best. Howie, did you change your name and become Real Man's Butcher? And are you running 2 usernames in the show now? Are you talking to yourself? It seems like both of you are into smelling women. All right. Well, I would just want to say emphatically that I am not Dina Lohan's online sex partner, just so you know. A boyfriend of 5 years she never met. I just can't. I find that rather funny. All right, moving on. Let's talk about E-Verify. It's a web-based system that allows enrolled employers to confirm the eligibility of their employees to work in the United States. Okay. It's a voluntary program to be E-Verified. Well, I'm the guy that came up with the EID application in the future to be used with our $400 a month plan. You know, if E-Verify has some good solid points and has a working website, it's possible we could, have a merger with the government someday. I'm not going to rule that out. But we'll have to get through the deep state to find out if that's approved. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Anything that you pitch here has to go through the deep state. Trump is in charge of just the PR division of the deep state right now. All right. I don't want to talk about the United Nations. I'm not sure why that was on the screen, but that's okay. We got that covered. That's done with. That's over. And that's pretty messed up. We had a video of a woman who was heavily dosed on methamphetamines. Earlier today, we were profiling her picture on the internet here. And I put some music to it. And I actually had pretty good results. Let's see if we can do that again. Yeah, at least she didn't lose. Her methamphetamine addiction didn't really cost her anything. Yeah, she's actually helping us, entertaining us with her amazing dance moves. I know it seems like a waste of a life and it's unsustainable for you to be a meth head, but it's Flaka? What do you mean it's Flaka? You know her? Are you ready for this? All right, I was ready for that. Thank you very much. That was a Scissor Fight original from Scissor Fight's collection. Thank you, Scissor Fight. Okay, so we've got things to talk about tonight. Sustainable things. These are not sustainable, these things here. We have got problems with these things that are above my head. And I really believe that we are now facing a war against the environment. Now that we've stopped war around the world for the most part, Trump followed my advice, pulling out of Syria and Afghanistan. Now we can move toward getting my ideas implemented with Trump in power while he is answering to Putin. So hopefully he'll follow my ideas more than he'll follow Putin's ideas, and we can get this country ship by 2021. That'd be great, wouldn't it? No, I don't really think we should talk about a person, and frankly, this discussion you're having, OBGYN Kenobi, is not acceptable political chat. So you have a 5-minute standoff, timeout in our show. Try to think about talking about other things other than vaginas in our show. Thank you. Take care. Try to not talk about penises either. All right, great. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with this guy. All I can do is it looks pretty weird. Okay, so apparently a councilman has been very put off when nobody liked what he said when Richardson councilman issues an apology after calling a newly elected U.S. Representative Ocasio-Cortez a bimbo. A Richardson City Council member has apologized after posting what he said was an offensive remark about a newly elected U.S. rep on his personal Twitter account this week. Scott Dunn. Embarrassment is to have bimbos like you with nothing between your ear. That's pretty funny that Scott wrote nothing between your ear when the traditional statement is nothing between your ears. It sounds like Scott's kind of a bimbo too. I'm sorry. No, I didn't mean to say that, Scott. I apologize for calling you a bimbo. When is somebody in American government going to grow some balls and talk like, of course she's a bimbo. All right, if you want. CBS News. Okay, I'll check it out. I think she is by definition a bimbo. She doesn't know that Congress is not comprised of 3 different branches. She said Congress was comprised of 3 branches. No, I'm sorry, that's our government. Congress has only got a House and a Senate, Ocasio. Okay.
With more than 50 cases of measles now confirmed in Washington state, there is a new push to change vaccination requirements. Washington is currently one of 17 states that allow parents to refuse vaccines for philosophical reasons. As Carter Evans reports, that could change.
Do you consent? No! Are you informed?
Hundreds rallied to preserve their right not to vaccinate their children. Washington is under a state of emergency after more than 50 cases of measles.
I want to remind you that the MMR vaccine is extremely safe and highly effective.
The last panel would have you believe that if everyone's vaccinated, there won't be measles, and that is not true.
Lawmakers heard arguments on a proposed bill that would ban measles vaccine exemptions for philosophical reasons. 32 other states have similar laws.
Do you think you have enough support to get this bill through?
I think our support is growing. Some of the concerns that folks have about the vaccinations is largely debunked.
Measles is so contagious that an unvaccinated person has a 90% chance of catching the disease if they're near someone who has it. The virus can survive for up to 2 hours in a room where an infected person sneezed.
It's like it.
And let's not forget that measles in and of itself is not a killer. Bad care is the killer of measles. Measles generally doesn't kill people. You can get pneumonia if you're not taken care of, if you're exposed to the elements. I'm sorry, the MMR vaccine has already, in many cases, produced contaminations with neuroencephalitis. I don't buy the story, and I'm not going to continue playing this tripe. God. They're trying to say it's largely been debunked. By who? We have enough science to verify that the flu vaccines that we're getting are not effective. You can look at Mercola.com's study showing a very low effectiveness rate for any of the flu vaccines. These things are just being pushed upon the population with no real purpose, and it's an old ancient technology which is not really handled with good scientific method. In fact, they've been cheating. The CDC's been cheating on these things. Good night, my beautiful cat Fluffy. Sleep well. Meow. The flu vaccine's good for one specific flu strain, whereas we have 250 flu strains rolling out every year. That vaccine's not going to stop you from getting the flu, okay? In most cases, it won't. And what are they really sticking in these vaccines either? The studies are showing a very big concern that Roundup is showing in the vaccines, an actual product you'd use on your lawn. Why would they spray Roundup? Well, I actually did some research and found out that the gelatin that they use in vaccines comes from the hoofs of animals. Where do animals walk? Roundup ready ground, sprayed with this herbicide. Yeah, it's just ridiculous. This whole thing is bad science all the way down the line, and for them to force that on us shows us that the idiots in charge of our country are trying to mass herd inoculate, which will go against your Fourth Amendment right to your privacy. Your body is your privacy. There is nothing more private than your body. Well, many of you people don't like needles. You may not even have a philosophical viewpoint on this. You just don't like needles. Did it ever occur to you that's your mind saying, don't stick that with me. Don't put that in me. Sorry. No way. That kind of thing. Yeah, your mind is, your autonomic nervous system is connected to your brain, and it tells you, yeah, if you don't like needles, maybe that's for a reason. Do I see the benefit of the basic vaccines? Yes. The first 7 that we took when we were young were relatively safe, but I found out recently that the vaccines that some people in my age category took were contaminated with a dangerous virus that's triggered cancer. Yeah, so infecting vaccines has been the norm with the CDC for a long, long time. That's what they do. In fact, Robert Kennedy Jr., who's working for Trump right now to try to figure what's going on out, he said that these people at the CDC are literally supporting the industry itself. They're not representing us, they're representing the pharmaceutical industry. The CDC is not repping the American people. I would like to ban drug testing for jobs if I could, but it requires legislation to do it. A president can't ban drug testing for getting a job, but I see your point. I don't want to drug test people on welfare like the Republicans want. That's a waste of our efforts. Drug testing in and of itself costs the companies about $100. Why would they want to do that? I don't have a vaccine against you guys who are turning gay. Yeah, I don't even know what that would entail, but maybe you're breathing something that's making you gay. Maybe you're eating too much soy in your diet. GMO soy will turn guys gay. Yeah, that's what I've heard. The GMO soy is pushing your estrogens in your body, making you grow, enlarged breasts and walk, with like, cheers, that kind of thing. Yeah, I think that's what's happening. Or maybe you just didn't go through your homosexual adjustment period. You may be suffering from homosexual panic, and that's not sustainable. Yeah, weed can help with depression. Absolutely. You could also thank coffee. Studies of coffee show that you will have lower suicidal ideation. 51% reduction in suicidal ideation if you drink coffee regularly. Not that I've ever contemplated suicide, but I haven't. But, it's nice to know you're upbeat when you're drinking coffee. Of course, you will be addicted to caffeine, but that's a side note. The withdrawal symptoms include projectile vomiting, but don't worry too much unless it happens to you. It happened to me once. I bought some crappy coffee at the dollar store. I'll never forget it. I was like, Sarah, this coffee doesn't seem to give me a kick like normal. I'm sure it was just mismarked or something. And yeah, about 24 hours into not drinking coffee, I got like this weird headache, and I just started projectile vomiting. Blech. Seriously. Don't think it's a light matter to go off coffee, because I've been on to coffee for a long time. There is also reduction in prostate cancer. Another important statistic, a 51% reduction in prostate cancer if you drink 5 cups of coffee a day for 25 years. You men. You women don't have a prostate, so you don't have to worry. Okay, it's an antioxidant. Yeah, it's good for you. I've been on coffee for at least 30 years. Actually, 34 years I've been drinking coffee, since 1985. That's a pretty long time to be drinking coffee. My grandfather actually lived down in the coffee plantations in Ecuador and Bolivia. I think he even met Juan Valdez once, for real. But for 10 years, my grandfather was stationed down there, and he did a lot of work on plantations, banana plantations, coffee plantations. He spoke fluent Spanish. Yeah, I never got to know him too well, though. In fact, I think I met him maybe once as a child. And I saw him when he was dying. I saw him in a window because I wasn't allowed to go up and visit his room. I'll never forget my poor grandfather waving at me. Great man, though. Yeah, really. I think he has a history behind him that many people don't know about. Okay. Big Pharma is owned by satanic crime syndicate Gardaí. You clearly are lost in the world and a weak kook slave. Really. So Gardaí is the satanic crime syndicate. Is that company in the Wall Street registry under the company Gardaí, or I've never heard of that. Gardaí what? Oh, you're just telling that to Gardaí. Oh, I see. I thought the company was named Gardaí. Okay. Oh, Gardaí Lou is pushing vaccines, yeah. Well, we need counterpoint here. We're leaving Gardaí Lou in just because he's giving us the debunking argument that vaccines help people. What would we do without polio? We'd have smallpox and everyone would be dying. Well, like I said, measles has not been deadly in America for the most part because very few people have bad care. Measles you can live through mostly in America. It's in third world countries that measles kills people. But I must also remind you the mumps outbreak in Arkansas I just showed you came from vaccines. I'm gonna kick you out again because we're trying to push you out of the room, get you to go somewhere else, expand your horizons, sniper. Maybe you'll meet somebody in your own clique, like violentpotentialcriminals.com. Something like that. Hope that site doesn't exist. The issue is we shouldn't even have measles in the United States. No, we wouldn't have them if we hadn't allowed Barack Obama to bring in illegal aliens and let them arrive at Disneyland. We wouldn't have any. We wouldn't have any at all. I mean, obviously, we kicked measles on its ass before the illegal aliens came in under Obama. Mr. Bend Over America, grease yourself and allow the homosexual Muslim president to take over for 8 years. I mean, we had George W. Bush for 8 years, and that was a disaster. He started 2 wars, and we still haven't stopped him. Then Obama wouldn't stop the wars. He just did rubber stamped whatever the New World Order deep state wanted him to do. But let's be real here, Trump is just as deep state. He's virtually rubber stamping everything the deep state wants. They want to stop Venezuela, depose another leader, take out Maduro. I mean, these people are really in charge. They want global domination. They want to take over the entire world, and they're pissed off Venezuela's a holdout, and they're upset Syria's a holdout. The deep state wants everybody to just fall in line. Trump claims that he's doing well in Syria, but Syria was a waste of time to start with, and I was always saying we needed to get out, and I'm glad Trump went with the idea. Getting Bolton on board is going to be a little bit tougher. Bolton resists everything Trump says. Because Bolton is an ideologue, extreme right-wing reactionary ideologue who wants to literally bomb the hell out of the Middle East. Bolton is the source of the conflict in Iraq. He's one of the key players in why we got into the war in Iraq. So Bolton, for having him as a key player here as a national security advisor, is not advised. It's not advisable. Is Bolton an Israeli? I would not doubt that. Thanks for your input on that, son of Alpo. He's a Zionist neocon, exactly Jim Brewski. I guess I just was born that way, you know? I was always very intelligent. And I think that's sexy to some women. And people in general. Michael Bolton denies he fell asleep during a live interview, but let's take a look. Well, it's not coming. There it is. Taking a little while. Michael Bolton denies he fell asleep during a live TV interview. This is not the Bolton I'm talking about. I'm talking about John Bolton, not Michael Bolton. Get with the program. Okay, you know Jack Tapper is the CNN guy that acts like he's really tough, but really is a real pussycat at heart, you know? Jack Tapper, yeah, Mr. Tough Democrat. Well, now he's sending BuzzFeed news editor-in-chief Ben Smith furious email after the outlet made the controversial decision to publish the Steele dossier on Trump. Now, I was looking into why Jack Tapper for CNN, why he was pitching this story against BuzzFeed. You know, I was trying to figure out why Mueller was going against BuzzFeed when they said that Trump had known about the Moscow Tower deal well into the presidency. Well, Jack Tapper is doing the same thing as Mueller. And it occurred to me that these people who answer to Jeff Zucker, the CEO of CNN, are doing what he wants. So in other words, CNN is working for Trump, Jeff Zucker being the CEO and good friend of Donald Trump. Jack Tapper's just doing what he's told. Fox is pretty much completely in Trump's pocket. No, Jack Tapper, this guy. Anyway, it seems like everybody, Mueller, Tapper, CNN, Fox, they're all supporting Trump. And when BuzzFeed does something real and gets real solid evidence against Trump, oh, we don't want to hear it. They actually condemn it. Mueller condemned what BuzzFeed had on Trump last week. So in other words, Mueller's not trying to find out if Donald Trump is obstructing justice. The Democrats are taking their sweet time, run by a guy who is a relative of George Soros, Adam Schiff. We're not getting any mileage at all finding out if Trump is working for Russia, yet it seems like he's doing everything he can for Russia. So ostensibly, our country is being run by either Western-led oligarchs like Kissinger or Eastern-led oligarchs like the Russian oligarchs, Deripaska, who apparently was behind the control of Donald Trump by the Russians because he seized evidence that was brought back by a Thai woman named Nastya. A Russian woman who was in Thailand named Nastya. All that information she had was confiscated by Deripaska. So Donald Trump has been giving Deripaska sanctioned relief. He doesn't have to charge him any sanctions on his operations. It's just unbelievable what Trump is doing. Trump is favoring Russia every single turn, and we don't even have an American operation that's doing decent investigations here. Vice is going downhill, 300 workers fired, really? Well, Vice is always at a major production overload. Nastya, yeah, she revealed all the information. She said she had solid information on Donald Trump being courted by the Russians, and she was going to show the proof. She had to handle all those records, hand them over to Deripaska in order to have safe passage to Belarus. I'm sorry, but this video is not playing. Yeah, it's just a blank page. Is this some sort of a joke? Let me play it again. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I don't want to use that because I don't use the F word on my show. I'm glad I filtered that. Thank you. Jack Tapper, working for Trump. Never thought CNN would be working in favor of Trump until I realized Jeff Zucker is Donald Trump's close friend. Well, let's be clear. We are if Barack Obama were to run again, it is funny. I agree. It sends a bad message to the young people in America who are watching this show. Well, let's be clear. But talking about a transgender doesn't, because maybe they want to become one. I know. You know, sometimes I get that need to play that video. It's almost like a compelling need to do it. If it was, I had to stay within the 8-second mark or they monetize me. They'll monetize anything I do above 8 seconds. Poisoning the world from the USA. Wow, Drag King, you've got all the best environmental stuff. All right, let's bring it on. The death of our planet. Reckless. Wow, this looks good. An hour and 21 minute Storyville. Excellent.
State of West Virginia issued EI DuPont Company a permit for them to run their contaminated wastewater down through 2 farms here out into this stream of water.
Wow. Okay. Thank you for that, Drag King. We will play that tonight in our show, and I put it in the environmental section as well. Diphtheria. Mortality per million all ages is declining. Yeah, isn't that amazing? And that we can attribute to vaccines, I think. Yeah, I'm not a total anti-vax person, guys. The recent study showed by Yale in 2014 showed that it's the rate of delivery of vaccines that's dangerous to children. And the fact that the government hasn't thoroughly tested the synergistic effects of various vaccines together in the same inoculation. Diphtheria is definitely on the downward cycle. Look at that. No more diphtheria. Thank you. I can unban Cal Worthington and his dog Spot. If you want to go see Cal, go see Cal. If you want to get a car, go see Cal. If you want to make a deal and you don't know where to go, go see Cal, go see Cal, go see Cal. Cal Worthington and his dog Spot. Cal had an amazing lisp, and he used it very well. I'm Cal Worthington, and I'll eat a bug. I'll eat a bug to sell you a car. Great guy, great personality. He lived to be 97 years old. And you know something? Cal Worthington never, ever bought a car. He leased them. He leased them off his lot. It's kind of amazing, isn't it? He leased his own cars. He had a tax break going there. Not a bad move. You know, you sell cars, you lease them to yourself. He took a tax deduction for that. Well, let's be clear. Well, many of you are now going to relax and no longer have to look at the header of vaccines, chemtrails, fluoride, and GMO food, because I take that off when Sarah comes in here. I want a clean slate. I'm running a background that's very natural tonight, and I'm kind of keeping the board low because I noticed that, you know, with all this stuff and the 16 gigabytes of RAM we have, it almost overloads if I run too many things on the board. So
Okay.
I'm keeping it light for everybody.
Sounds good. Thank you.
So we got a good video tonight, Poisoning the World from the USA, The Devil We Know. Drag King brought us that. Just clearing some stuff out. I'll be looking at houses. And did you see the West Virginia real estate here? Let me show this to Sarah. Zillow.com has, great deals out there. People would love to. Hang on, I'm getting a little problem here with my sticky thing. Yeah, Zillow.com has this house here for, these are $30,000 properties in and around West Virginia. Yeah. 4 bedrooms, 1 bath. Look at that. That's a beautiful house.
I like the wraparound porch.
It's got a beautiful wraparound porch. Pretty decent inside. Look at that kitchen. That's a decent kitchen when you look at it. Those are nice cupboards. I'm telling you, they're fixed up. They look decent. It's an old Formica countertop.
Some sanding on some of
them. Some sanding, a little touch up. The cupboards will fly. It's an older thing. It's got an older heater there. Baseboard. Good bones of this old house. Look at that. Nice trim around the doors. Looks like everything's up to snuff. Winterized. See that? Look at that, winterized. They want to sell this house in West Virginia. Needs painting and needs a lot of work inside. No question about it. New vinyl. It's a cute little West Virginia house, isn't it? Classic. Only $17,900.
Wow.
Isn't that nice? Yeah. We're looking at a bunch of those things recently online. It's kind of cool. If you want to live somewhere else, moving to a place like West Virginia isn't so bad, when you think about it. All right. Now, Cal Worthington is trying to sell you houses. Star Wars sorted alphabetically. Oh, that's weird. I'll have to look at that later. Thank you. Star Wars sorted alphabetically. Hey, did you try any of that chicken thing?
I did.
Good.
Yeah, I even saved enough of that peanut sauce for
another dinner.
You can use it on yours, or I put it in the fridge.
Okay, well you can save it for yourself. Yeah, I'm good without it. I have kind of
about half what was in the pot, and then.
Okay, cool.
Pan.
Excellent, thank you. Oh, I love your hair down. You look so great with that hair down.
Thanks.
Sure. Okay, I'll be back. Thank you.
All right. I think all you have to say is negative things, so I don't want to read it anymore. David just unbanned Cal Worthington. Did David just unban all? Out of curiosity, or just you? Oh, just you. Okay. Her supporters walk out of her launch speech on live TV. Wow. Good. Good Fox News opinion. She's a fraud, and her lies about being Native American disqualify her from the presidency and from Senate. No. Oh, average tax refunds are down about 8% so far this season compared to 2018. Shall I start muting more people? I decided to mute a couple more people. Wow. There's a gang in California, and the police discovered they had an underground shooting range, weapons, and thousands of rounds of ammo. Fast Company says tiny houses have a dark secret. No, not that I'm aware of, Simon, but I don't have very many friends. I do have friends, I just... Never mind. It takes more than changing the size of a home to change the mentality of the people who live inside. There's tiny houses are everywhere. They've received heavy coverage in the media, millions of followers on dozens of pages on social media. No consensus for these homes. They've seen a surge in popularity since the Great Recession. They've been popping up across Australia, Canada, UK, and of course the US. They're promoted as an answer to the affordable housing crisis. But there's many complexity and contradictions that surround these tiny spaces. I don't know. Let's see. This person claims to have toured homes, attended tiny house festivals, stayed in a tiny house community, interviewed several dozen people who lived in them. His research took him throughout the U.S., or him or her, I don't know who wrote this article. Megan, her research took her throughout the U.S. from a converted accessory unit squeezed between two average-sized homes on Staten Island to a Florida community full of the tiny homes. So she did 3 things she discovered along the way. Millennials have a complicated relationship with home ownership. They still want to own a home, but are simply not able to do it in the same way as their parents. So they're known as Generation Rent. Good, I'm glad you talked to your mom. Yeah, it's kind of weird, Bangalitis. All the tiny house millennials want to own bigger houses in the future. They see tiny living as a means of owning something now and being able to save at the same time. Young couples plan to upgrade once they have children, and then they would keep their tiny houses as guest houses if they could, or sell them. Tiny homes usually depreciate in value. Wow. My sentiments exactly, Chicken. Withdrawals. Aw. Well, maybe you can convince David to unban him. And because tiny houses aren't attached to land, there's often a question mark about their long-term viability. They tend to be on wheels as a way of getting around government regulations on minimum habitable dwelling size. It feels like they're detached from the earth because there are wheels underneath. It's a constant reminder you're in a fragile state of housing. In Spur, Texas, they've changed its relevant housing laws with express intent of attracting tiny housers in response to their declining population. They're pitching themselves as the first tiny house friendly town in America. What, Hula Mula? Hula Mula, yes, question mark. Yes, he'll have built his tiny home and he'll never come back. Oh, sorry. You're right. David always says, Sarah, you need to put on screen what you're reading. I am reading an article from Fast Company that is probably like an opinion piece, but it's called Tiny Houses Have a Dark Secret. Aren't you the one with the TCH? Is that better? Well, at least I just muted him. The legalities around tiny homes remain complicated. They continue to restrict the potential for this lifestyle both in the US and elsewhere. In the UK, there could be issues with planning laws that require all new dwellings to have more than one bed. In southwest England, they recently overruled such laws to allow several tiny homes to be built in the back garden of a terraced house in the suburbs. They believed it would help alleviate a local housing crisis. Tiny homes does not mean tiny consumption. I don't know. All right. They're often put forward as a more sustainable housing option. But reducing your environmental impact by going tiny is not as simple as some have claimed. Several tiny houses were using external storage space for items that wouldn't fit in the tiny house. Wow, and then a lot of them have one in, one out. They still go shopping, but then they have to get rid of things to fit them in. Sustainability was not a major driver for most of the participants, most of the people that this woman talked to. Most people thought of it as an afterthought. Okay. Well, you know, that goes back to what I was saying earlier about really refusing in the beginning. Is in order to live a sustainable lifestyle, you really have to rethink your consumeristic habits and choose to refuse purchasing purchasing many things. Like, do you really need this item? And if you don't, then you don't need it. Now, that's not to say you shouldn't buy something that you really want, but you know, impulse items are just not necessary. Well, I have a much bigger impact on the future generation just by being a teacher, Hula Mula. I don't need to have a baby or adopt a baby. I just need to do a great job as a teacher and teach kids to read and write and do math and also teach them to communicate with one another. Okay. All right. Okay. Oh, we're getting a tax surprise. They didn't lower the taxes, they lowered withholding. So now we all owe taxes. Oh my goodness. I have heard a lot of people have bigger, they have smaller tax returns, but yeah, a lot more people are getting that. That was the tax thing last year. I think they did lower some taxes, because I know that the tax percentages were different. I have voted yes. I voted for David. Yes, David will be here shortly. Yeah, I've got to do my taxes as well. I've been thinking about it. I actually got a couple of my papers together and I was thinking I'll work on it tonight. So I'll do that later. So you're back. So which one is the real Simon? The one with the TCH or the one with the CH? David's probably eating his dinner. I think that's what he's doing right now. Let's just leave it, and then I see your picture. I don't like your picture. That's actually your picture was one of the reasons I muted you. I'd rather talk to someone without a picture. Okay, so what are you referring to, Howie? What does that have to do with anything? Oh my God. Wow. All right. I think I'm going to just purge this one. I'm moving on. Banning this one. Moving on. Kind of not in the mood to talk about. I'm not in that negative social media mood. I'm in a positive light. Then I ban and purge and do all that thing that's so negative. I don't really have a thought about it, Hula Mula. I think it's perfectly fine with me. I'm not that way. I'm heterosexual. I have no problem with homosexuals or homosexuality. But I am totally heterosexual. Okay, I'll close out of this. This was interesting, but six tools will help you calculate. Federal refunds for the 2018 tax year will be a lot smaller than they expected, but maybe this will like help people. Yeah, we got like 8 inches of snow, 536. Maybe this will help people realize like you're paying the government money, you don't realize it because it's being withheld. So yeah. Yeah, it was a huge amount of snow we had. The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, the Trump tax cuts, which are ushered in changes to the way taxes were withheld from people's paychecks. The average family was supposed to pay lower taxes last year. Some may also see smaller tax returns because the lower taxes were spread throughout their paychecks over the last year.
All right. Yeah, so sustainable tips for today. My sustainable tip for today is rinse after every meal.
Okay.
Because dentists say that the acids in our food that linger in our mouth really are what cause tooth decay.
All right, I'll better go rinse.
Everyone should rinse their mouth after, just water, rinse your mouth out. You will prevent cavities, save yourself a lot of money, dental costs over the long run. Yeah. Rinse with beer. There you go. No, I think that adds more tannins and acids, Howie. I'm afraid your beer diet's not going to cut it. Yeah. You'll be 45 going on 80. I think we got all the news covered. Did I ban the original Sitmanovich? Really?
Well, I banned Shimano. Yeah, with this spelling, I don't know which one's the right spelling.
Well,
so
we banned both of
I
them.
personally decided to ban this one.
Okay.
Because of certain things that they were saying. And,
Yeah.
and they had this, and then when I pulled up it had like this picture of this. I didn't like their picture too.
Yeah.
And I even said I didn't like your picture, and then they just continued to
harass.
Their talk was about like kind of sexual related or something.
That's definitely a problem. You're not allowed to do that in the show.
Or
And
this one was I'll ask which one was talking about border issues.
right.
I should have asked them which one. What were you talking to Sarah about earlier?
Well, his new name is Suki Desu. Okay, Suki Desu, thank you so much. Doesn't matter. We're moving on. I don't have a wig that I wear. This is my real hair. Practically see my scalp there. If you'd like me to wear a wig, I can, but that's Wig Wednesday. Come in during the show during that time period. We'll be able to accommodate you. Yeah, so I bought these things at Discount Emporium run by Russian immigrants in Washington. They speak Russian everywhere you go. You try to ask these people, excuse me, but where do I find the tomato juice? They go, they don't understand a dang thing. But they make enough money to survive. Like many immigrants who've come to America and who try to get by. They do by buying food that nobody seems to want online and then opening a store and saying, hey, you guys want this. I like that concept. I like that. Yes, the tie has got an eagle on it. Sustainable Saturday. Yes, it's badass. I know. I impress myself every time I wear it. You're impressive, Dave. Oh, yeah, I'm wearing this tie. Makes a big difference. My whole demeanor changes when I wear the eagle. The Honda Insight is not considered among the worst hybrid vehicles. Maybe today it is, but not when I bought it. It was the best one ever made. In fact, I marvel at how well those things are made. You know, they are perhaps the most sustainable car I've ever imagined. Sarah and I both have a Honda Insight, and we get 45 and 55 miles per gallon respectively. I get more because I have a 5-speed. She has a CVT transmission, and these things are really durable. It's a Honda Insight. They'll last about, I would say, 300 to 400,000 miles, roughly. And that's just a low estimate. Here is the Honda Insight that I got her, minus the windmills. It's a really cool car. I love it. The new one maybe is not really great. The new one looks like they took the chassis from the Hyundai Elantra and tried to make a Honda out of it. It's pretty funny. But they make them for 2019 now. It is the car of the future. This car is incredibly lightweight, has the lowest coefficient of drag of any vehicle on the highway. The only other car that exceeds it in its capability is the XL1, you know, the one by Volkswagen. That's a car. Yeah, that's an amazing car, the XL1. Here's a kind of a sustainable idea for you. A cruise liner blimp that could actually carry people around the globe and provide amazing, coverage of, views that you'd never see, like Mount Everest, and a swimming pool on board, along with a beautiful luxury suite room. What would you pay to travel around the world in one of those? 25 grand? 20 grand? What would you pay for a world tour in one of those things? That's your idea, really. Well, good for you. $25. Okay. Well, Howie, you won't even qualify in steerage. Yeah, I know. No, this is completely a hypothetical concept. $5,000 to do a world tour? Yeah, that's an affordable price. Hell yeah, I would do a world tour of $5,000 for that. There's one caveat. You can't get out of the blimp. You literally have to spend your time, because we're not going to drop it down and dock you at any location. You just get to see everything aerially. Would you still do it for $5,000? Maybe we'll have pods like drones that can fly off the blimp and land locally. Little Uber drones. That might be good. I think free beer would be appropriate on a flight like that. Yeah. You're going to be on board a plane. You'll be sitting in the vape lounge meeting people. Typically, we'll carry about a 400 or 500 person capacity in these units. It'll be an air cruise in the vape lounge. Yeah, that's my original concept. We want to create a vape lounge where it's got a humidor in it, where you're in the vape lounge talking, and then you can go into the humidor and get pure THC delivered to your lungs, and you're only allowed to stay in the humidor for 10 seconds max. Otherwise, you get too high, and you have to. So people that go into the humidor have a timer, and it yanks you out of the humidor, so you can't actually stand. So you have to tie a rubber band around, and it drags you out so you don't get too high. No, I'm just kidding about that. No, a vape lounge is something practical. 20 seconds in the humidor, really? Have you ever tried a Volcano, Howie? The vape device that uses, well, it's called a Volcano. It delivers pure THC to your lungs. Have you ever downed an entire bag of a volcanic THC thing? Yeah, they're $500. Well, you can get really messed up on that, man. I don't recommend over vaping. Anyway, thought I'd share this unique, travelable, sustainable concept. Don't listen to Ocasio-Cortez. She has no clue as to how to create a green revolution. I virtually started the green revolution with our national composting plan, our legalization plan, and our amazing efficiency plan with travel around the world. Now, I would never outlaw the use of planes. I would expect planes to continue on until their life as a plane is reached where it no longer can fly successfully with too many stress fractures in it, and that we have a potential use for those. The blimp pack, an idea that I came up with that's sustainable, that can provide a trip from Los Angeles to New York, for instance, in a blimp pack would be $100. Yeah. Very affordable. Here's a picture of the blimp pack. But first, a trip to my Garden of Eden I'm working on.
Welcome to the Biodome Project, a life-casting experiment in design, innovation, and environmental renewable solutions.
Okay, so the blimp pack has the ability to travel great distances because it's carried by a hydrogen lifter. A dirigible comprised of graphene or carbon fiber exoskeleton covered with Kevlar, providing almost bulletproof resistance, and greased down with hydrophobic material so it's virtually frictionless as it travels through the air. Displacement is the only factor holding it back. The Hindenburg exploded because it was a canvas model. This is fireproof. This will be fireproof graphene. It won't even burn. Virtually fireproof. We're also looking at the possibility of parachutes. Now, I know this sounds kind of wacky, but to me, I think it makes a lot of sense. Parachutes that would be jettisoned out of the front and out of the back, respectively, as a guarantee that the unit will stay at least stable, albeit it could cavitate, So we're thinking maybe even making the exoskeleton, the ribbing of this particular model right here, a parachute in and of itself. A brilliant idea which was suggested in our room by someone who's just chatting with us. He said, hey, what about that thing being the parachute? I said, yeah. So basically pushing large high-density steel cords and cables, all anchored down to the center of the fuselage. Now, these jets are readily available. There is a graveyard of jets out there, of 707 on up jets in, I believe it's Nevada, and another one in Arizona. And you look at these jets are just sitting there waiting. I mean, we're talking military jets are sitting there. They have no purpose. But most of all, we've got 707s that are sitting around, and this is infrastructure that's already been heliarc welded, albeit there are some stress fractures in a lot of these jets. But look at all the jets we have. It's just phenomenal. Jets, graveyards of jets. Look at this. So this is a fantastic resource. And the Blimp Pack does just that. It will give us the ability to make full use out of these previously stress-fractured fuselages, which really can't handle air speeds as high as 400 or 500 miles per hour. But it could easily travel at the speed of 300 miles an hour. So from LA to New York, you're looking at 3,000 miles, 10 hours. And the joy of being in the vape lounge, hanging out with people and getting to know people, which is a real problem for young people right now. It's almost like we should extend high school just so that people could continue knowing each other in your area. Seriously. Because a lot of times when we get out of high school and then get out of college, we lose track of the people we meet. Wouldn't it be great to have meeting centers in America where people can hang out? Well, we have them already. They're called malls. And believe it or not, malls are half full right now. Notice how I didn't say half empty. Malls are empty malls can be filled with all kinds of meeting centers. Yeah, profit centers, even like swap meets at every mall. Now, U.S. malls haven't been this empty since 2012, according to a CNBC report.
I did a call for two-step verification for my email.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. So the vacancy rate at supermalls has reached 8.6% in the second quarter of 2018. So a lot of malls are just looking for a new opportunity, and I think this is the place. And I plan on rejuvenating these malls and making an option so that people can actually hang out. We're going to offer kind of a juice bar, a coffee center, a kiosk center that we can put in every single one of these things that can start the ball rolling. And then an opportunity for people to do scavenger hunts. Scavenger hunts would be something people could do to increase sales. So say you wanted to get a free prize and you go to the mall, you'd go there, and if you picked up a ticket from every booth, you'd line them all up in a row, and you'd present this thing at the end of the day, or when you get out, and you get a free gift from the mall, courtesy of Uncle Sam. The cost of this is negligible for America to do something like this. I'm serious. Now, when I was working in advertising, I encountered a lot of opportunities for people to expand out and grow their businesses. And one of those opportunities that was the most successful, that I didn't even bother doing because I didn't feel good doing it, was bringing in stuffed animals. And in our area, I met a guy who put a stuffed orca in the window of every business, and then a big drawing to actually get the big stuffed orca. And believe it or not, this sounds really gimmicky, I know. This guy was making serious money with businesses doing very well and actually increasing business by people getting involved and getting in that drawing, that free drawing. Things as stupid as that actually work in business. It's one of the odd things about advertising is we actually need it. Because without it, you see our economy is ailing right now. Retail is suffering. Trump is not much of an advertising guy. Nope, this was a bag person opportunity that came our way. I rarely get a chance to meet people in my area, but the night I was out near a market, I met a guy that seemed pretty weird. I mean, he had his bicycle and he was wearing these glasses. And it was almost like I was talking to a time traveler. It was so strange. And he was telling me about how he gets all this stuff out of the dumpster at the market. And I was talking to him for about 15 minutes, really, about, things that he picks up. And he was telling me he got DiGiorno pizzas, and it's kind of a thing that he did. And the next day, I came by the same store around the same time, and he was gone, but his glasses were sitting on the park bench out in the public area. So I grabbed them. I didn't want to, I took the glasses because they were in the public area, and I'm wearing them now. So it's just kind of strange that he would leave these glasses. Maybe he just didn't like them. Well, being successful is more of a head trip. If you want to blow your mind and experiment with the kind of work that Sarah has done in her life, where she virtually stuck right to the grindstone and got her degrees, and that's actually very successful. But if you want to experience life in your own way and take the road less traveled, try this. So by stimulating your consciousness, you can actually become successful in your own mind. Now, well, Louis Vuitton glasses from a dumpster are still dumpster glasses in my mind too. And I don't in any way claim to be wealthy or rich. I picked these up from a bag person. It's so much easier than explaining why I'm wearing a $2,000 pair of sunglasses. It's like, really? How could I ever walk around saying, oh yes, I got these sunglasses from a dumpster? It's so much better to look and act like you're a homeless person when you're so wealthy. They're not worth it. Well, what are they worth? What is the going rate for the Louis Vuitton? Do tell. I don't know. I don't purchase these things. My staff does. Okay. Oh, I can't ask you about anything right now. I'm busy building a sustainable... Well, how do you know they were free? The bag person may have just been charged a lot of money for those things. Okay? Thank you, Cal. You're great. Cal Worthington came back in the show, everybody. Cal Worthington, what do you have for sale today? Well, today we're looking at a 1975 Dodge Dart. It's running real good, with all smog checks completely done. So go see Cal, go see Cal, go see Cal. If you want to go see... Hey, so what do you got for me, Cal? Why did you come in here? Because all you're talking about right now is vaginas. And I don't think that's appropriate to the man, the myth, and who Cal Worthington is.
The best there is, the best there was, and the best there ever will be.
If you knew who Cal Worthington was or is, you would know who I'm talking about. That's one of the greatest men of national fame and history, and you don't even know who I'm talking about, do you? The greatest, the best there ever was. And the best there ever will be. I want that indignant look on his face. All right, we're back up and running again. I can't believe I made it through this entire evening without talking about Justin Fairfax. Justin Fairfax has been pushed out on sexual assault charges. The guy who came out against Northam, saying it was inappropriate to be near the blackface video or picture in the alumni book, the guy, the lieutenant governor, is out. Yeah. after the second woman accused Justin Fairfax of sexual assault. So it's pretty easy to push somebody out on sexual assault, but you can't push somebody out on the blackface. So again, blackface wins another round. I'm telling you, I'm banking on blackface all the way to 2020. We're winning. Right now, blackface is making a major comeback. Okay, we're done with that picture and Obama stuttering. Sorry. I hit the wrong button. My fault. Thank you. Okay, why are we here? Well, we're here because we've had enough. We're here to talk about what we are all about and what this country could be someday. Make blackface great again and make whiteface great again, and all black people should be able to do whiteface. I stand by it. Dr. Kenobi. La Force Tranquil. Okay, who is Dr. Kenobi? Cal Worthington. Do you have approval to use that SoundCloud? That's right, blackface for everyone. We found a great product you can buy. It's a Miracle Tooth Whitener that is the best blackface powder I've seen on the market. It's the finest grade of charcoal that you can get. And if you really want to do blackface, I would recommend it. Of course, you will have lots of dirty blackheads after using it, clogging your pores and causing acne. But don't worry, a good rinse should get you through it. And a facial dermal abrasion. And maybe a dermatologist visits for the next 6 years. I don't really recommend doing blackface unless you're using Vegemite. I use a thing called Marmite for my blackface. 2008 was Marmite. And my blackface, or it was actually 2009 I did the blackface. And then in 2014, my next one was with Maybelline, Barack Obama's Maybelline color. It was designed to match Barack Obama's complexion perfectly. Because I think Barack Obama has a nice color of his black skin. I mean, I admire it, and I have a right to, to dress just like Barack. Yeah, I have every right to dress like Barack if I want to. Hey, if they want to allow transgenders to go out there and be like Barack, I can be like Barack too. Be like Barack, everybody. Well, let's be clear. I like the tone of your voice, Dave. You know, Dave, if I wasn't so gay, I probably wouldn't be interested in you. I can't get my face closer. And my mouth is a little out of alignment. Hang on. Okay. Hey, doctor, and dentist. That's about how I look when I go to the dentist. Folliculitis, really? Are you an expert on folliculitis, OB/GYN? I've never heard that word before. Hey, any other questions, feel free to ask them after we are recorded, because right now I'm under the control of YouTube and the deep state. We are watching you, David. You cannot do anything without being censored. Ooh, I'm scared. Ooh, that was a scary voice. Yeah. Trippy. I was tripping myself out there. So let's talk about fun stuff that, would be sustainable for you. How you're going to get through the next, how many years we have left? 1, 2, 3, 20, 50? Are you going to live in a tiny house? Are you going to move into a remote area and live in a abandoned aircraft container? I mean, have any of you really given it some thought? Because we have a really cool venue where we actually look up really great things online, places to live, trailers. I have access to an exclusive site called Craigslist. Yeah, pretty amazing. And if you haven't heard about it, it's pretty amazing. Okay, Elizabeth Warren supporters walk out of her launch speech on live TV. It landed pretty deadpan.
But how can Democrats explain their silence from a day earlier, after Northam seemed to endorse allowing infanticide?
If a mother is in labor, I can tell you exactly what would happen.
I'm sorry, wrong story. There she is.
And people said it would be too hard for me to get elected. But we got organized, we fought back, we persisted, and now I am the senior senator from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
And she got there by defrauding the American people and pretended to be a Cherokee Indian. Nice. Nice. So, in other words, the Democrats are okay with her cheating and getting affirmative action money, even though she's clearly not Cherokee Indian. Wow. They're okay with her perjuring herself and committing fraud all these years. That makes the Democrats complicit and aiding and abetting a known criminal. So technically, every Democrat that stands there and claps to this obvious felon is probably aiding and abetting a criminal. Think about it. But isn't that true of the Russians and Donald Trump? But when you think about supporting Trump at this point, aren't you really aiding and abetting a criminal? A person who's under investigation in great ways for his involvement? 39 different indictments filed against his cronies. I mean, come on. 39 indictments all around Donald Trump. Surely he must have done something. Are you talking about your love for Elizabeth Warren and her physical beauty? I'm not trying to insult the woman. I support women in general. I just don't like liars, frauds, perjurers. That's not cool. That's not cool at all. I'm sorry, call me old-fashioned, but I think she cheated. Next. Dave sure is going easy on you guys. Not really. I'm keeping a clearer view. You know, nobody's insulting me as much as some people are. The fact that he even got into the show was just a testimony of, just kind of letting him ride until he makes a mistake. But you alerted me to it, and you guys helped out. Thank you. And thank you, Ghost. Same with you, Cal Worthington, and his dog, Spot. Yeah, I was a little bit upset that we had a photograph of Ocasio-Cortez giving a high five to nobody. This is during the campaign, or during the State of the Union address, where Trump bragged about all the women that joined Congress under his watch. Nothing to do with him, of course, but he wants to take credit for everybody. But look at that. She's virtually doing a high five with nobody in the air. It's like she's living in her own little dream world. She loves herself so much, she's giving herself a high five. Isn't that phenomenal? Yeah, no, she wasn't waving to somebody. She literally was trying to give somebody a high five just to act like she cared, and nobody was there. Nobody gave a crap about that. A lot of people are backtracking from her socialist and bizarre statements. Good. Yeah, I don't know what these women were wearing white for. Maybe they feel virginal or something. They're the Virgin Senate Congress for the first time. Okay, I cannot control my sustainable need to look at Zillow. Let's try Pennsylvania. Wow. This $24,000 house is not sitting on a mobile home parking area. It stands alone in the woods. Nice. $24,500 will get you this beauty in Klingerstown, Pennsylvania. Well, look at that. That's decent. You know what I like about these mobile homes? I mean, I practically have the same covered motif that he has. Seriously. This house is $24,500. It's got a good insulation package. The mobile homes themselves are built better than most stick frames. I don't know where Klingerstown is, but man, this is a nice deal for $24,500. You got your kitchen. It's done kind of like an old-fashioned counter, but it's got the wood grain exterior around the Formica, which always lasts a long, long time. Look at that for $24,500. I just randomly picked it out of nowhere. Nice master bedroom. Look at that. Wow. He's got a little deer he shot in the backyard and had it posted on the wall there. Boy, he's really got this thing decked out to sell, doesn't he? Second bathroom. That is beautiful. Wow. Anyway, $24,500 will get you that. Fantastic. It's in the middle of Pennsylvania. Anyway, just thought I'd share you some of the cool things that Zillow.com has, and you set your parameters for, say, $30,000. It looks terrible. What do you mean? For $24,500, that's a decent place to live. What the hell's wrong with you people? You'd rather move to Ballsack, wherever that is? OBGYN, you're acting like you're Ocasio's personal gynecologist. Don't lie about that stuff, please. Thank you. That's inappropriate. Yeah, I don't like that when you demean women like that. Donald, it's okay. Welcome to the show. The Donald, everybody, he's here. He makes the rounds. Donald, thank you so much for coming in. You're stealing all my ideas, Donald. You're doing a great job, too. Stealing my ideas. As far as everything else, you're kind of screwing up. Yeah. But as long as you steal my ideas, I'm good. Just get ready for when I take over. Somebody's got to take over the reins after you, Donald. Better be somebody who has a clear mind behind the ideas that you like to steal from me. Not really. My idea to build a 1,000-mile fence was stolen. The fence alone is not just Pat Buchanan's idea. I came up with the idea in 1992. But the only person that heard me was my father. So I can't really use that as a testimony. But the fact of the matter is, the 1,000-mile fence is my idea, Hula, not Pat Buchanan's. And Donald doesn't like the word fence, so he won't use it in his speeches. Well, if you're going to get it done, Donald, I hope you don't hold up the entire economy over the fence, because there's other ways of getting paid. You know it, and I know that you could probably... If we're so much alike, I don't hate you, Donald. I don't. I'm just asking you to be as honest as you can, and you know you're struggling with your honesty factor. I just want you to be the best you can be, Donald. And being honest and tell the people of America about your sex selfie would be the best thing you can do. Having it revealed through the Mueller oversight and depositions with a Concord Management Consulting Company was not... You didn't cover that up. I mean, we still have... Well, we still have a sex selfie to deal with. I think what you need to do is publish a photograph of your penis online and make sure everybody gets to see it, so then Russia can't use it against you. Think about that. And it would be no different than Melania. I mean, she posed nude, didn't she? I know it doesn't look like a mushroom. That's absurd. Every man's penis looks like a mushroom at a certain point in its development. But frankly, I think we need to be a little bit less concerned about your physical attire, because I know that you don't want that held against you. And in order to solidify your presidency, revealing a picture of your penis is the only way to gain legitimacy among the American people. But don't take my word for it. You may want to run this through the Beltway and get feedback. Chances are they'll say, no, nobody wants to see Donald Trump's penis. Yeah. I know, it's probably a missile. I'm sure you're very, very, very proud of your body. I'm not trying to denigrate your penis, Donald. But I can tell you that your presidency really does stand for something, and it means a lot to a lot of Americans. It does. I would be, remiss in saying that, many Republicans support you. So that's something to think about. It is private, I know, but unfortunately, if Putin is calling you up on the phone and you're going and saying, Mr. Trump, you must do what we tell you to do. Back down in Venezuela, we take over and install our missile shipment to send major missile structure to the western nations quicker. You will stand down, otherwise we show a sex tape. If you're dealing with conversations like that, that's not good. That's bad for us. We would rather see your penis than to have that held over your head. Just from one man to the other. I know. Just let's be real here. We all have one. I mean, what's the big deal? Except, of course, women. But then some trannies think they have a penis. I don't think Donald wants to talk about his lovely wife. And believe me, if you say anything bad about Melania here, I know. If you say anything bad about Melania here, she will sue you. Donald's got lawyers that work on the side for side things. His entire battery of lawyers will go after you if you say anything about Melania. Well, I think you have to realize that relationships grow apart over years, Donald. And it doesn't necessarily reflect you as a person that she may want to sleep in a different bed. So you can look to the opportunities that you have already acquired. Maybe somebody else wants to hang out with you. You just got the guy's IP. Yeah, well, the woman, well, Melania is involved with that guy at, was it a jeweler in New York? Yeah, I heard about that. He's this top security guy in the company. I know. I'm not here to really talk about your open relationship with Melania, Donald. I'd rather discuss what you're planning on doing in Venezuela, I don't recommend war with Venezuela. I don't believe we need to go down that road. But I like the fact that you're looking at building the wall using our troops. I think that's a perfectly good means to get the wall built. I think it doesn't really make sense to even declare it an emergency because you're going to run into some problems with the Republican-held Senate right there. And you don't want them going after you because that could mean, bigger problems down the road. Just being nice to those people is probably your best bet. So not pushing in for Emergency Powers Act, but still getting it done using the military. It could be a humanitarian wall. A kinder, gentler wall. 1,000 points of light. A new world odor. Sound like George W. there. George H.W. I don't know what Ivanka's on, but I can tell you she is a really class act. Your daughter is very nice. Thank you for coming in, Donald. All right, we had a little visit from the Donald tonight, everybody. He bows in and out of our show because, as you know, he's been watching us since 2012, taking ideas and fleecing the show for... You have a communist in the room, really? Oh, the communist Maduro? Yeah. I don't blame you for being insulted by him, but really, wouldn't it be better to trade with him instead? 18% of our oil could come from Venezuela. It doesn't seem like a bad move to keep that option open. I just don't see, deposing a leader right now in our history as a key to success here. It hasn't been in the past. It's usually in a protracted war, which costs us billions of dollars. But maintaining a sustainable view toward South America, building up the wall is part of that. Absolutely. As you call it, the wall. Well, good luck with that, Guest 136. He says Trump should be impeached. We're getting no progress from Mueller. I don't know if you've noticed that. And he's even condemning BuzzFeed News when they've got solid stories against Trump. So, I mean, we lost it when Mueller was put in play because obviously they own Mueller. The Great Wall is 5,500 miles long. Well, good luck. Yeah, exactly. Donald says, impeach me. Go ahead. I like your attitude, Donald, because that's the way you got to be, man. Yeah, he's like, give it your best shot. You're a tough negotiator. I will give you that. But Donald is not just a negotiator, and who ghost wrote the book Tony Schwartz wrote, The Art of the Deal. Donald Trump is a guy who actually it takes things very seriously, I think. We're trying to get a gist of who you are as a person, I think 2 years we've gotten to know you pretty well from Twitter. And it's good that you at least are standing up for the party line here of supporting America, defending your right to bear arms. Yeah. Tony barely spent any time with you. I know. Tony Schwartz, he said he couldn't get a word in edgewise. That's what he said. He typed it. I know. He made it all up. Folks, I really think we got the real Donald in the room here. No, I didn't vote for Donald Trump. I voted for David Sponheim, the guy running to get 1 second of media time over the past 10 years. You know, me. Yeah, look at his print. It seems pretty realistic. I barely know Tony. He typed it. Give it your best shot. Isn't that amazing? And he said, go ahead and impeach me. Go ahead. Give it her best shot. Folks, we got the real Donald Trump in the room. You're awesome, Donald. Believe it or not, you're a very likable person. Yeah, even though you've come down pretty hard on your staff and they feel they got back talk going on, and yeah. I know. Well, he should have never talked about it. You're right. But remember, you didn't have the non-disclosure agreements when you had Tony Schwartz. I know. You didn't have those non-disclosure agreements that you wanted to use back then. Yeah, he didn't sign one. That gave him free license to do that. That's just a legal thing. It didn't affect you anyway, so moving on. And you know, you have fired, 36 people. Donald Trump has fired 36 people and maybe 38 people. You have that right. Yeah. And the real Rothschild is here. He's backing. We got a real amazing group of chatters here, celebrity chatters in our room. We got Donald Trump and the real Rothschild saying the Donald works for us. And we've got Gardy Lou. Impeachment is the easy way out. I don't work for you, my Jewish accountant. Now Rothschild. Well, that's because the real Rothschild knows that Putin controls you, not the Rothschilds. But we don't really know that for sure either, other than the fact that you refuse to take notes of your meetings with Vladimir Putin. Yeah, the real Rothschild. It's a celebrity chat room over here. He does, but he doesn't even realize it. Well, maybe, you know, the real Rothschild has the theory that they control Donald, but Donald doesn't even realize they control him. You see, part of the work of a really good handler is they give Donald the impression that he's not being handled. Seriously. That's the work of the best handler. The one that actually control. You know, Ronald Reagan had a handler named Don Regan. And Don Regan literally told Ronald Reagan what he was supposed to say. And Scissorfight says, oh, F yourself, Donald. Yeah. Okay, well, thank you so much. It's so nice to have people from your stature come into our show and talk with the people. Press the flesh. I know it's some MK Ultra stuff. You said it, Mr. Deep State. It's some MK Ultra stuff, all right. Yeah, Mr. Real Rothschild said, oh, it's some MK Ultra stuff. Where I work, they don't call it room service. They are just my slaves. That's impressive. Hey, thank you. And thanks to the deep state, we have Ronald Reagan as our president. I'm sorry, Donald Trump as our president. That's the thing. Ronald Reagan became our first puppet president. I don't want to be a puppet president, that's for sure. Well, obviously you've got some good loans floating. Donald's nut for every single day that he's president, his nut is about $30 million a day. I don't know how you do it. No, excuse me, $1 million a day. Donald's nut is $30 million a month. Donald, you have a loan with the Deutsche Bank. You do. You have a loan. And here's Real Rothschild saying, we install all presidents. We know you have $1 billion loan with Deutsche Bank, unless they wrote that off. We found out last week you went looking for more money right around the time you became president. Yes. And while the public thinks they control it, right? Isn't that the ultimate game, Real Rothschild? Yes. We're reading from both Real Rothschild and the Donald and Hula Mula. The Rothschild made that up. Yeah. Well, Donald, let's face it. These people have trillions of dollars to your billions, so... Of course I support America, Jim Bob. What kind of a person do you think I am? Jeez. Coming from you, Jim Bob. I mean, your TV show flopped. What are you doing? How are you making money, Jim Bob? Are you still like a senator or something? Do you support America? Yeah, Jim Bob, you were involved in a relationship with your family, and there were allegations of... Yeah, what's going on there, Jim Bob? I think we remember what happened with you. Yeah. Yes, Donald, I wanted to ask you if I could be your vice president coming up. Thank you. Just log it in memory so you know that at least I asked. Yeah, there are people that if they say that if you never ask, you never know. So you don't have to comment on it right now, though. Rothschild, I've got the bombs. I let you print the money until I feel like blowing it up. Ooh. Wow, Donald is definitely talking tough with the real Rothschild here. We've got a dueling case of two people either very close to the real people or possibly really good impersonators competing back and forth. I got the bombs. I let you print the money. I tell you. Yeah, so all these things are dangerous. Yeah, words can be a very powerful tool. So now they're very careful about what they're saying. Both are going to pull back probably. Yes, we're all waiting on their next chat. The two shots are fired off the bow here. Dave, that's not the real Trump. The real Trump is reading Hitler's speeches as we speak. You're right. You're right. Adolf Hitler's speeches, that's what you used to read. The real Donald used to read Adolf Hitler's speech. According to Ivana Trump in the deposition she filed in your divorce case. Yes. The Kennedys don't have any influence anymore. What are you talking about? Gardy Lou, you are so off base. Ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country. He's been dead a long time. Yeah, Donald said Hitler wasn't all bad. Well, if you really are the Donald, you certainly sound like him. That's for sure. You're making all the right statements. You know, I really am beginning to wonder. Jim Bob, Dave, you're having a Bilderberg meeting in your room. I know, it's amazing. Trump and the Rothschild are meeting in the room tonight, everyone. Yes, we've got the real Rothschild and the Donald competing, person to person in the chat room live. Oh, yeah, we have no way of verifying if these are actually the real people, so their usernames were changed to protect the innocent. I know, you killed the Kennedys. They didn't line up with your agenda. Tell me about it. And that's exactly what the real Rothschild would say in the room, too. You know, you're either being formulated by an advanced artificial intelligence system, which is writing directly to a source file, or you are indeed the real people communicating live in this show. As you know, I am an interactive cyborg capable of addressing all of your concerns. Ask me anything, and I will provide you questions and answers to your existing problems. Yeah, tell Trump you think he's a fat, bloated dick? Or tick. Tick, sorry, not dick. Tick. A fat, bloated tick. Okay. Well, it's interchangeable, tick or dick. I'm sorry, did I say that on camera? Oh no, I'm scared. What will the Democrats think of me? Oh, I might be using freedom of speech. Oh, I better shut up and get some masking tape or duct tape and cover my mouth. Gosh, you can't even say anything without the Democrats saying, oh, you're not allowed to say that. It's a hate crime. God, I hate those commies. The Democratic Party ought to change its name to the Communist Party, don't you think? I mean, they are so far off to the left, it's unbelievable. Well, let's be clear. Donald says, Dave, I got a kick out of you, bro. Well, that's a nice thing, a nice compliment. I get a kick out of you too, Donald. We get a lot of kicks out of each other. I got to tell you, I got to compliment you, at least temporarily. You put up with a lot of crap. I have never seen anybody handle... Well, the whining about blackface is I did a blackface in 2009, Donald, in which people thought I was, funny, impersonating Barack Obama. And then the Democrats all made a big thing about it, claiming it's racist to do. How else was I supposed to impersonate Barack Obama? In whiteface? Well, let's be clear. I've got a white skin, and my melanin injections have not taken hold. Donald has time on his hand. This is called executive time. Based on the fact that most of his time is executive time, he can actually spend time in chat rooms like this. It's perfectly normal for him to actually go into our chat room. He has watched our show for a long time. But that's cool. I used to care, but I don't care. If you want to use my ideas, like this container fence idea, you should do it. This is work, I know. $1 billion total for the container idea. I want you to steal that idea. I really do. I think it's a good idea to think about the idea as a solution to our existing problem with Pelosi. I mean, she can't turn down $1 or $2 billion. I mean, and this way you get it out there and you say, yeah, I'm going to do it. We're going to make the container fence. We can build it. We can put solar kiosks and parking areas around it. We can make it user accessible. The container fence will be built. Anyway, these containers are affordable. They're only $2,000 a piece. And we can stack and pack these things in a line. Well, they're not that cheap. No. Well, the point, you want to spend money to make a great wall. I get that. And you have people at CEMEX that want to finance it. My point is this. Why not start with a container wall? Even if it is cheap, you can always build your wall on top of it, or around it, or next to it, or in between it. Okay? Stuffler, what is your problem? Yeah, that is just rude and sick. I want you out of here. You've been 5-minute muted. You got Home Alone time right now. But I disagree. You could not build the same exact size, 40 foot long, 12 feet high, if you are going to build it in masonry. Now, I have known many masons, like James Mason. I have known many masons who actually would labor for weeks to create something of this size. It would cost $50,000. I've seen chimneys built out of rock that would replicate a container. I could clearly see it spending $50,000 for a chimney. Most of my estates have chimneys of that nature. But Trump has a hot wife and daughter. Yeah, Bangladesh. Yeah, I know. Donald says, I called about that. There are not that many used containers. Okay, Donald said we've got a legitimate answer from Donald Trump, folks. I really believe we have the Donald in here. So far, he's checked 100% out as credible. Donald said, I called about that, but there are not that many used containers. You know, you might be right. Good point. See, this is the kind of credible repartee we need between the president and the future vice president of the United States. Thank you, Donald, for coming in. I appreciate it. It's a great idea, but we are seeing stalls in our ports, and you may want to find out how many of those containers are sitting there idle and make an offer, because we need about 228,000 containers. Keep the idea as an option. I'm just throwing it out there because we could affordably build that thing even one level high just to get that barrier that we need. Because remember, if there's a major disaster in Mexico City, they're coming up by the hordes. And it would be a disaster for our country to have to deal with that. 30 million people in Mexico City alone would just migrate north, and we'd have to deal with that in Arizona and Nevada. It would be a nightmare. Well, we've talked about that, Steve, from West Virginia. We've even talked about turning the containers into mini homes. Tiny homes, yeah, seriously. We don't want to make their life at the border uncomfortable, We want to make it a little bit more pleasant. I can't show this. I refuse. Not with Donald in the room. It's too important to us to keep with the dialogue. Thank you, Donald, for being part of our show. It's kind of a rare experience to have somebody of your stature in our show. Solar charged kiosks for electric cars. Now, that's something the Democrats would force upon us. Like everybody would have to have an electric car by a certain date, or you'd be penalized. This is where the Democrats are horrible and should never, ever have power again. Because they want to speak collectively for the American people, even though they comprise certainly no more than 50% of the voting population. Yes, what is it like crapping himself on the ground? Well, don't you remember Scissor Fight? That was a fake picture. Containers are getting snatched up by tiny builders. You're right, they are. That's why I wanted to get Donald in on the ground floor and buy a lot of them. Have the military do it. Okay, I'm out. Thank you for coming in. Donald Trump, everybody. We had the last chat from him. Take care, man. We'll keep you informed. So far, there's been no real progress on any charges being levied against Trump or his family. Mueller seems to have been handled. Take care. Mueller has been handled. You have to keep a lot of containers to carry the exports from the U.S. to China. I like your attitude. Donald says he's got to keep those containers to carry exports from the U.S. to China. What exactly are we going to send them? Because right now we're the major exporter of toilet paper. We're sending toilet paper to the third world, everybody. Yeah, and they're going to love us for it. America makes the finest toilet paper in the world. Laura and I use it every day when we take a dump. Yeah, he never said anything about crapping himself. Well, that was a fake picture. That was doctored. We found the original photo of him at the golf course. I didn't really expect it to be real. It became faker and faker as time went on. Pretty good. Yeah, is he still in the room, Sniper? Yeah. Well, that was fun. We had a real conversation with Donald and the real Rothschild tonight. That was really cool. I feel better for some reason. I feel kind of like relieved, you know? Well, I'm sure Mueller has something on Donald. I mean, when Mueller put the Paul Manafort case to rest, the second trial, and called it a plea agreement, we never heard about it after that. And that was the money laundering case. It's like, that was trippy. Thanks, man. That was the money laundering case. My alignment is off. My hands need to be reset and recalibrated. Beep, beep. I know. I wanted to catch him as a fake too. But that guy looked pretty real. That was the real Donald Trump, I'm pretty sure. Well, we know he came into our room in 2012 and started, grabbing my birther ideas and the 1,000-mile fence idea. He called it a wall. At this point, I don't even care. I just want that wall built. And I'm kind of on the same page he is, where, we need to get certain things done. Despite all the BS and palabra about him being this, that, or the other thing, we still need to be moving forward toward our goal, which is to protect our border. And our southern border is the most vulnerable right now. Yeah, vaccination declaration waiver vaccine. Oh, I heard about this. Yeah, they're trying to push people in every state to force vaccinate their kids. What? No, Manafort was in front of a judge for...
So before I start this video, I just want to say it may sound a little paranoid over...
Manafort was in front of a judge to deal with the fact that he violated the plea agreement. But that we never heard about the plea agreement. This is a case of a limited hangout, a CIA ploy that is used often, where they create a story about a story without telling you the story. The story is Paul Manafort money laundered for Donald Trump. Where the flow of money is, left versus right, back and forth, that still remains conjecture. There's got to be paperwork to this effect, unless it was all handled through cash sales. And if it was all handled through cash sales, which is possible, then they've got nothing on Trump. But ironically, that whole case of money laundering completely went silent, and then it was, the big story was, oh, Manafort violated his plea agreement. Yeah, what about the trial? You notice we aren't talking about the trial now. Thank you. Well, if the agreement was in the news for a week solid, there's no specification as to what the agreement resolved because there was no discovery due to the fact that there was no trial. A plea agreement oftentimes for corporations is exactly what they want to not go into trial and to have to get expert witnesses and valid documents to verify anything. So effectively, Mueller gave Paul Manafort and Donald Trump perfect cover by declaring it as a plea agreement that he violated. Again, what is the plea agreement? Aside from the fact that it is a plea agreement that's in the paper, what was the discovery behind why they needed to settle a plea agreement? You see, plea agreements aren't necessary for the prosecution in every case. Why Mueller was seeking a plea agreement is suspicious in that he would settle for that when the discovery process would have revealed a tremendous amount of money laundering for Donald Trump with Russian oligarchs. They estimate $109 million transferred hands for 3 or 4 years there. And we still don't know it because, remember, Mueller didn't even bother to subpoena Donald Trump for the tax returns, for 10 years worth of tax returns, showing again that Mueller is a shill. It doesn't take a lot to scratch and sniff and to smell a rat here, and Mueller is acting like a rat who's not doing his job. Now, obviously, if we have to rely on Adam Schiff to resolve this problem, it's like asking Mighty Mouse to come to our rescue. I mean, this guy clearly doesn't have the mental fortitude to go up against the Republicans when he was leading the Democrats. And now that he's leading the Democrats and they own the House, this guy is running like a scared rabbit. It's not likely he's going to do anything. And let's not forget that Peter Schiff, or rather Adam Schiff, is connected through his family line to George Soros. He's a relative of his and who favored his campaign to get elected. So this guy is a New World Order puppet too. So the American people ostensibly do not have any real opposition to Trump. Trump is, in my opinion, basically put in there as the guy who's going to be our president, and whether we like it or not. And they're more than willing to do whatever they have to do to put, whatever person in play to stop testimony from happening. Obviously, Mueller is not doing his job to get solid testimony from certain people. Yes, Taylor, what can I do for you? Yes. Sure. I'm sorry, I didn't hear your conversation very well. We get death threats every night, folks. Every single night we get a death threat. At least 3. So take a look at this. These two people we're relying on to come up with the goods, and Mueller's had nearly, a year and a half to get a subpoena for Donald Trump's tax returns, and it hasn't done a damn thing. And Adam Schiff is simply doing whatever he's told to get reelected. We don't have anybody there. And Matthew Whitaker just turned around and stonewalled the chairman of a committee and told him his time was up. Now, this guy is involved in some shady activities, was involved with a company that fleeced veterans of their money. And he's chosen by Donald Trump to lead as Attorney General while we wait for yet another person who seems to be working for Russia. William Barr to replace him. Now, I'll repeat, William Barr wrote a 10 or 20-page letter to Rod Rosenstein asking him to drop the investigation into Michael Flynn. Michael Flynn worked for Russia. We know that for a fact. Why would this man write a 20-page letter to Rod Rosenstein to have him drop the investigation before we found out that Michael Flynn was working for Russia. Very suspicious. Again, this guy is working for Russia as well. We know Mitch McConnell is working for Russia. And like I said, we found that out through a pretty elaborate cover-up by the Republicans when they forced Brett Kavanaugh, the alleged rapist and drunkard, to become our Supreme Court justice, when back in 2011 he ruled that foreign governments could fund American super PACs, meaning people like Mitch McConnell can get all the money he needed to get reelected from Russia. Are you beginning to get the whole picture here? Yeah, we Americans don't have a safety net against Russia controlling the election. We don't have anybody representing us. Thank you. Whitaker can suck your tail fumes. We get death threats every night. I got a death threat just a second ago. This is something that I've been doing regardless, because frankly, most of these people would have no idea how to attack somebody who's as trained as I am in self-defense. It would be the end of their life, unfortunately for them. I am not doing this because I'm afraid of people. I'm doing this because I'm not afraid of anybody.
How did you get this? It just came in the mail to my home. I was down in Palm Beach looking at Mar-a-Lago when I got a phone call from one of my grown children that this had come in the mail to my house in Rochester, New York, and I hightailed it up to New York City.
You don't know who sent it to you?
No.
You didn't solicit it?
No.
You didn't ask anybody for it?
Correct.
But it had two very important words on it. Client copy. What does that tell you?
Well, it tells me that, first of all, it didn't come from the Internal Revenue Service, which probably got it electronically. It came probably from someone who was given that copy either because they worked in the accounting firm that worked on this, the accounting firm has no comment, or it was produced in litigation, or was produced for some regulatory proceeding, and somebody had access to it. And I think the reason they probably sent it to me is because I've written so much about negative incomes and how they're used by wealthy people not to pay taxes, and the alternative minimum tax.
Do you think it's possible that it was sent to you by the president?
Yes. Donald has a long history of leaking things about himself and doing it directly and indirectly, so it's a possibility.
This guy is one of the top investigative journalists in the country, and he opened up the can of worms showing that Donald Trump had manipulated his father's estate to acquire $430 million from his dad, Fred, when he told the people of his party and to the country that he only got $1 million from his dad in inheritance, he said. And that guy exposed the $430 million that Donald Trump had manipulated in the estate transfers and valuations and devaluations. Pretty interesting. Wow. If this is real, and I'm fairly confident it is real, can you not see this? It is real. Look at that. That is amazing. What a disaster. Unbelievable. Now that's not sustainable. We've got to stop these chemtrails. We started our show talking about this. We certainly shouldn't stop talking about it. The Democrats think if you don't get the result they want from an investigation that they will just keep starting new ones. Well, they're not gaining any traction. I would have had 4 or 5 felony charges levied against Donald Trump by now. It wouldn't have taken me more than about 2 hours to assemble a case. I don't see what the problem is. There's obstruction of justice in one case that I know of. I could name 2 other cases in which he used the Commerce Department to justify trade to Russia. He obstructed when he told the Department of Homeland Security to announce that Russia had nothing to do with the election. 3 weeks later, they said that not only did they have something to do with the election, but they were affecting the 2018 election as well. So that's a case of obstruction. But the big obstruction is just firing James Comey and turning to the Russians that day, and the TASS news services was invited secretly to tape it, that he was so glad to end the Russian investigation. He was bragging to the Russians how he stopped it by firing James Comey. That is obstruction of justice, plain and simple. There's no equivocating. You can't go off and say, well, no, that's not really what he said. No, that is what he said. It's what he told Lester Holt. Second of all, we have more than enough evidence of him altering his son's opinion, Donald Jr.'s opinion, about why he was there to meet the Russian attorney to end sanctions with Russia. That was her statement, that her purpose was to end sanctions with Russia. That's why she met Donald Trump Jr. and Kushner at the Trump Tower meeting. And it was all very, very illegal what they were doing. You can't trade ending sanctions in advance of an election as part of a quid pro quo for our country to get what it wants, which I'm not really sure what that is. A Moscow Tower deal? If that's what they were talking about as well. But then we heard Donald Trump Jr. say that it wasn't. First he said it was about adoptions of Russian children. Then he changed his story to it being about Hillary's emails. And we know from Sarah Huckabee Sanders that Trump weighed in on that. Well, you can't weigh in on your son's testimony, Donald. That's called tampering, witness tampering. So we got him on obstruction and witness tampering. And then when you add Betsy DeVos's bribe of $9.5 million to become Secretary of Education, that's bribery. That's another felony count. Okay, we're up to 3 felony counts. Are you with me? Then add the emoluments clause and the illegal use of a USPS office for a hotel, taking business away from other hotels in D.C. and restaurants, making tons of money on the D.C. office of the presidency. The White House is now raking in the dough. What? And not receive a salary of $400,000? Like, oh, that's a big thing when you're making hundreds of millions of dollars on extra income, plus the money that the Secret Service pays you to go around with you, and they have to pay for their rooms at Mar-a-Lago. I mean, this is crazy. Conflict of interest. Beyond our wildest dreams. That's a 4th felony count. So it wouldn't take me more than about 2 hours to assemble an impeachment case. What the illiterate and somewhat dim-witted bimbos in Congress are doing is beyond me. All I can tell you is we've got the worst possible people running our country right now. It's a kakistocracy. A country run by the worst possible people. Now, Maria Butina is she's settling with a plea agreement of some sort, whatever that is, because we know that this woman was soliciting money from Russian donators to go to the NRA. We don't know how much. That's still up for question, but she was put in play. You know why Maria Butina was put in play? Because she's hated by Putin. He can't stand her. She and her mother were in a gulag for 15 years. They don't like Putin. But in order to get her freedom, she had to come to America and do the dirty deeds of the oligarchs. That's why she's in play. And that's the real deal, in that the NRA was stupid enough to take money from Maria Butina through other conduits and give it to Trump and give $30 million, because there's no evidence the NRA should get those donations. We're never equal to that. That was the first time for the NRA to ever get donations of that size. And then to move that Russian money into the hands of Donald Trump, that's pretty suspicious. Now, if all of this pans out to be true, we're in for a real humdinger of a future discovery process. But right now, it looks like these people, Mueller, Adam Schiff, they're all working for the deep state. They're in no way going to stop Donald Trump from finishing out his 2 remaining years. So these people are not playing around. But we can stay informed and look at the whole thing. You know, we can just assess it as best we can. Joe, I don't have herpes, so I'm not sure what your deal is. But that's very inappropriate. I'm going to give you a 5-minute timeout to go take a bathroom break and, apply some salve to your herpes. All right. It's up to Congress. Yeah, good luck with that. Congress is not doing anything, man. I'm telling you, this is not going to amount to anything. We're already 2 years into this and we haven't seen any substantive charges. We're looking at a complete whitewash, cover-up. You're not going to see anything about Donald Trump. There won't be any impeachment process.
Well, good morning, everybody. Today is February 9th, and today we're going to look at some good news on the vaccine front.
Really? Good. We got a 28-minute video about vaccines. That'll be good tonight. The bullets to stop forced vaccinations. Wow. Okay. We'll figure out what the hit points are to kind of build a resistance to forced vaccinations. Right. Donald, are you over in iBlog now? You never trusted Mitch McConnell. Yeah. We got a couple people over there that sound like Donald now. Did you move over to iBlog? Yeah, I figured you were still in the room. All right. Well, that'll be good. Even if it isn't Donald, it's good to talk to you, man. Well, there's a lot of things that women should not be doing. Don't use baby powder near your genitals. Yeah. Recently, and don't breathe it either. Recently, that Johnson & Johnson was exposed. They've known about their talcum powder was being mined in areas that had asbestos. And talcum is apparently corrupted with some asbestos. I know, isn't that impressive? Well, I think I'll be groomed for the vice presidency, I think. He'll be keeping me in mind for his 2020 election. I hope you know that I'm not in this for personal gain, so I really don't care. I want to help the country. I want to do the best I can for the country. I'm not looking to profit in any way. So I'm not wired like Donald is. I'm more of a populist. I don't really see any of this as something I can take with me to my next life, if you believe in that. I'm not attached to material objects the way many people are. I'm not materialistic, so it makes for an interesting experience to just go through life having a good life, mind you. Being born in America gives me a tremendous edge over the rest of the world, and I'm very thankful for that. Most of you should be thankful that you're born in America or have arrived in America some way, somehow, because we have a better life than most people around the world. Always remember that. If you feel kind of down and out, you don't feel like you're in a good place, you could go to a casino in America and get probably, $5 in free play. Anywhere in the country, probably. But to work for $5 around the world, that's like a full day's work, and in some cases 2 or 3 days work. So think about that. Yeah, some people work all day long just to make enough money to buy a little container of oil, like rapeseed oil. They work all day carrying things. In Nigeria, they do that, and they have enough to use some oil for their cooking. Everybody's scraping for a life around the world. Americans have a lot easier life. Secret Service, yeah, I hear you, man. All right, well, this has been very, very interesting today. Good chat. Matt Whitaker took off right after he told the chairman of a committee who he wasn't talking to that his time was up. You rarely see people tell people their time is up, especially the chairman of a committee. But he headed over to the Trump Hotel after the hearing, and people are talking. After an incredibly contentious hearing before the House Judiciary Committee on Friday, Acting Attorney General Matthew Whitaker was spotted at the Trump International Hotel in Washington. New York Times reporter Maggie Haberman noted the sighting on Twitter. People who responded jabbed nervously at the too close for comfort situation of the man who could conceivably fire Special Counsel Robert Mueller, heading straight to one of the layers of the man Mueller is investigating. One commented that Whitaker was reporting back to Daddy. Another compared it to Lex Luthor returning to the Legend of Doom. Yeah. The hotel, incidentally, is the focus of a lawsuit against Donald Trump, which argues that it's conduit for violating the Constitution's Emoluments Clause. The clause bars federal officials from accepting benefits from foreign governments or officials to guard against foreign influence in the United States government, like the kind of influence Mueller is investigating. And even a hotel room, can be a point of influence, especially if a company or a country comes in and books at the Trump Tower to be closer to the president. Yeah. Well, if the Democrats uncover anything in the current financial reviews of what's happening with Trump, they're going to have to unleash the files on Michael Cohen. If there was money paid back to Cohen, from Cohen to Trump, from all the people that gave him $17 million for access to the president, if there's any money from Cohen to Trump, other than the $530,000 that's in question right now for buying off people, which is pretty interesting. Actually, it's $450,000 Cohen got from Trump. But how much money did Cohen give Trump? If there's a number there, that's a significant piece of information. Same with Manafort. If Manafort gave Trump anything, if he sold his buildings and gave him a certain profit, that's an important piece in this puzzle. So if they are working on something, that would be their best move. If they really want to look at something you can hold on to. Yeah, they're removing the message inbox, located the button below. No, I think the news feed and social feed will stay, Deke. It's just the message box. Nobody uses it. Are you still talking about your herpes? Oh man, I'm so sorry. You know, your mono? Is it mono and herpes? Well, that's dangerous. Okay, this gentleman here has proven to be perhaps the most outspoken West Virginian in American history. He is in Congress now, and he's speaking. West Virginia GOP lawmaker compares gays to the Ku Klux Klan after using the F word on House floor. Look at him. Boy, he really must be a man of the people there. Look at that guy. Eric Porterfield been using the F word, calling gays out. He believes that LGBTQ is a modern-day version of the Ku Klux Klan, without wearing hoods with their annex of hate. Well, that's interesting. That's an interesting comparison. I must say, he certainly has a very interesting point. I don't support LGBTQ, although I will not discriminate against gays, nor will I encourage that. I don't believe we should separate our normative beliefs and try to adopt a deviant theory or a deviant lifestyle or belief. Most of us are normal. But many of you who are deviant want to be accepted as normal, which is interesting. You're by definition deviant. Do we have any trannies in here? Or you want to press 1 if you're a tranny? It's okay, I don't mind. All right, we know trannies in our show tonight. Good to know. Well, we've had a little bit too much fun tonight. The kind of fun where you just want to slap the air and go, yeah, high five it. You go there, Acacia. High five to the air. I'll high five you, baby. So she just put her hand up there and yet nobody literally touched it. Amazing. Isn't it amazing? The more air you have between your ears, the less likely you have anyone there to share your views. She wanted to be seen as having like friends. So she got this little shtick where she does this high five. It looks like she has friends. It's kind of interesting. I don't believe that. No, that's a fake high fiver, if I ever saw one. That's no way that was doctored. No, I don't believe it. What do you think she was doing? Saying hi to people? BS. That's what you believe? Well, you're probably a plant from the deep state. I don't know. You know, Deke, I don't really care. Yeah. The IM thing. IMs will still be here, but those are message boards. That's like a forum. Well, let's be clear. And we have the full document we'll be talking about on Monday. Conspiracy Monday, we'll be talking about the program of weather modification and how the government's been doing it since 1966. This is a report on how they've been controlling the weather, and we'll talk about that on Conspiracy Monday. It's ridiculous. 1966 they've been doing this. I remember in 1969 I used to look up and see chemtrails in the sky. I didn't know what they were at the time. I thought they were contrails. But yeah, they've been doing this since 1966. Can you believe that? Dumping crap in the skies above us, polluting the air we breathe. I did not know that the Freemasons had secret signs they use in court, or I don't even know what the Ashkenazi hand messages are. Yeah. Okay, well, tell you what, I'm not going to worry about Ocasio anymore right now, because she's getting far too much free press, and I'm getting none. So I don't think I need to even go there. And I think I deserve a little free press, don't you? Yeah. Considering I am ostensibly the guy who's going to fix this problem. Okay, everybody. Well, thank you for coming in and watching the show. I'm going to sign off on my outtake of Mr. Right. See you again on Monday. But we'll be here till 2 in the morning to chat with you guys and watch shows. Got some good videos coming up. One about the environment and the destruction in our environment is serious. We got that from, Drag King sent us that. He's a really good environmental guy. He cares about the environment. Yeah, I deserve a little bit of publicity. I agree. Thanks, Real Man's Butcher. Take care. Have a good night. Enjoy your Sunday. By the way, we're snowed in here. It's bad. It is. We got 15 to 20 days of below zero weather. Below freezing, I should say, weather. Extreme freezing here in Washington, and all of us are reeling from the polar vortex that's plagued our country, and I still believe that it's related to those chemtrails. I still believe that they're messing with the magnetosphere and it's affecting our weather patterns. It's not normal climate change. This is dramatic and accelerated climate change we're experiencing. All right, talk to you again on Monday. Take care.
Cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good. You spin my world around. Cause you're the peace I find. You sweep me off my feet. My heart stops to beat. Cause you make me melt away. My feet, my heart stops to beat. Cause you make me melt away. You're my Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good.